Autopsy report for Celeste Rivas Hernandez in the David murder investigation has just been released.
They keep on putting that other girl picture up there to show he has a type.
Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. It is very difficult to read through this. It is gruesome, but this is going to be a key point for both the prosecution and the defense. We know that Celeste's body, the body of this 14-year-old girl, was found in the trunk of a Tesla that was allegedly registered to David in Los Angeles back on September 8th, 2025. And again, this is going to be a key factor in this prosecution as he faces not only first-degree murder charges because they're highlighting special circumstances here, lying in wait, financial gain, that she was a witness to a crime, but he's also facing sex crimes charges and mutilation of human.
They got the pictures of him giving them Hispanic kids money, and those kids are going to be called into the court to figure out why he was giving them all that money.
So I want to go through this. I want to bring on a special guest. I'm not going to do it by myself. I want to make sense of this. I'm bringing on Mary Jimbelik, a former forensic pathologist and former chief medical examiner, to go through this. Mary, thank you so much for taking the time. Before we even get started into the details, I would be remiss if I didn't just start with the statement from the County of Los Angeles medical examiner. I'm going to read it verbatim. The County of Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiner determined the cause and manner of death for 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez as multiple penetrating injuries caused by objects. The manner of death is homicide. Ms. Rivas Hernandez was discovered at 1100 hours on September 8, 2025 in the front trunk of a vehicle in a tow yard in Los Angeles, and death was pronounced by a detective with the LAPD. A deputy medical examiner conducted an examination of Ms. Rivas Hernandez on September 10, 2025 at the DME's Forensic Science Center. The cause and manner of death were determined December 9th, 2025. A court order initiated by the LAPD previously prevented the DME from releasing its findings. And this is the statement of Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Ode Ukpo. After several months, I am grateful this information can now be released not only to the public, but also to the grieving family enduring loss. It is unfathomable they have had to wait this long to learn what happened to their daughter. The transparency of the information contained in our findings and reports is essential for empowering the community to make informed changes, to effectively reduce fear and allowing the community to take informed action. Making the department's information publicly available is not just about accountability, it is also about social justice and prevention. By ensuring access to this information, we strengthen our ability to learn, to act, and ultimately to prevent the next tragic loss of life. I want to extend my gratitude to our partner agencies for taking the necessary step of filing an order with the court to make this disclosure possible. Mary, I'll first start there. It's not every day you hear a statement like this from a chief medical examiner. Let's start right there.
That's true. Sometimes we don't want to release.
Don't she look like Professor Twarney or whatever her name is, the lady off of Harry Potter that had them teacups and called a fucking seizure? Oh, it's to be. Don't she look like her? Look like you took part in it. Like you helped them chop up the body and got in this circle with the body parts surrounding it.
Release the cause, the specifics about the cause of death in an active investigation, because perhaps it's information that only the killer would know. And so that's understandable that might be
what in the American Horror Story going on?
Obscured initially. But I think what the chief medical examiner in LA is saying is that they had this information, they wanted to release this information, and they were thwarted in doing so.
And when you hear, I'm reading from it, right? So the date of the injury, they say, is unknown. The place of the injury is unknown. Pronounced date, time, September 8th, 2025, 11 a.m. Date of examination, September 10th, 2025. And it was completed, right? So December 9th, 2025. Is that time span typical?
I think from September to December, that's reasonable because they're awaiting certain specialty ancillary tests, such as toxicologic examination. And it's much harder to do on a decomposing body than if it were fresh deceased. So the fact that that takes a couple months to get that information so that that's part of the whole picture of, what happened to this poor teenager, that's reasonable.
And just to be clear, as we talk about this, David is innocent until proven guilty, and his defense attorneys have said that he did not murder Celeste and he is not the cause of her death. So I want to go through the specifics right now. Again, it is not easy to hear this, but this is going to be an important part of the legal case. So her cause of death has been ruled multiple penetrating injuries. Her death has been classified as a homicide. I'm going to read verbatim. And by the way, they put diagrams in here as well, but 2 penetrating wounds of the torso, right abdomen with injury to liver, left chest with penetration of underlying intercostal space and cortical disruption of adjacent ribs. Other findings, bilateral dismemberment of upper and lower extremities, multiple additional skin defects. Death was pronounced at the scene. Autopsy examination was limited by extensive post-mortem changes. And by the way, this is something to keep in mind because you're talking about dismemberment and decomposition. There are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. The wound on the upper abdomen penetrates the liver, and the wound on the left chest penetrates one of the left intercostal spaces with disruption of the adjacent ribs cortical surfaces. The left lung.
What the hell did she do? Like, I know that's a wrong question because, first of all, no one deserves to lose their life. But I don't understand why it's so gruesome. I'm telling he had to be in there summoning the devil or something to chop the body pieces up and put it in a circle. I'm telling it don't call for all this. And then put it in a Tesla so she can bake. This is the most gruesome shit I've ever heard in my life. Now, we heard of the Black Dahlia and stuff. I wasn't here during that time. This shit is happening in 2026 in the Hollywood Hills.
Appears intact. The bilateral upper and lower extremities show full thickness dismemberment. Multiple other skin and soft tissue defects are present without apparent associated internal injuries. The etiology of these defects is not clearly apparent due to severe postmortem changes. Postmortem toxicology performed on liver tissue shows the presence of a low level of ethanol, which may be due in postmortem changes or ingestion, and does not appear to be contributory to the cause of death. Let's start right there. Mm-hmm. What does this mean, and what does this tell you, and what are there still questions about?
Well, the body sounds like it's in a state of postmortem decomposition with some loss of integrity of the skin surface and some bloating and skin slippage, etc. But despite that, the medical examiner was able to identify 2 wounds that penetrated, meaning they went into the body, significantly into the liver, which would bleed a lot, and significantly into the lung, the space around the lung, which also would cause a problem with air and blood accumulating there. And if it were a freshly deceased person, perhaps the edges of the wounds would tell you the weapon much more clearly, but it's more difficult in a decomposing body. But they are trying to generally describe the wounds and the shape without saying it's absolutely a knife that did this.
And to be clear, I'm glad you mentioned that because earlier in the week, when they talked about the charges and the special circumstances, it was very specific, a sharp instrument they claim was used. They didn't say it was a knife or an axe or something. They were just said it was kind of specific. This was something that was picked up on by TMZ. They believe defense attorneys would jump on this. There are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. So in other words, is there room here to suggest that it was something else?
Something that was sharp enough to penetrate skin and underlying tissue and go into the liver and then into the space around the lung. Is it, what exactly is it? That's really the question. And I don't know that they'll be able to say exactly the weapon that was used.
Is there, and I'm going to go through this more. I don't want to ask this question. I have to ask this question. Is there anything in here to indicate that she was alive at the time of dismemberment?
Not from what the medical examiner described. It sounds like classic amputating the body to try to compact it, to hide it, to dispose of it. I've seen that in a number of homicide cases. So nothing that suggests that these amputations occurred while.
And her family has not really come out and said anything. And when they had the vigil over there where she's from, I think Lake Elsinore is where she's from in California, her family was in the house. They wasn't active. They wasn't saying anything. So just in fairness, I will say that there was a narrative going around saying that this death was gang related or drug cartel related. And so when you put it into that perspective, it's not so novel after all. But for David, a black boy from Texas, having a relationship with the underage girl, the only thing that I can think about is some type of ritualistic sacrifice.
She was alive.
When you go to other parts of the report, they talk about tattoos and they say description that she had a tattoo on the finger. This is something that we've talked about before. That seemed to be the identifier, one of the ways that they identified her as Celeste. But when you go to other parts of it, other parts of her body, including eye color, cannot assess due to severe postmortem changes.
Wow.
Is that decomposition?
Yep.
Is that dismemberment? So I guess it becomes a question. How significant is that to determine what exactly happened to her, and how much does that complicate this analysis?
Well, forensic pathologists are skilled at identifying wounds and trauma in all manner of body composition. So all the way from the freshly deceased to the skeletonized to the exhumed body. Taking all of that with the education and experience of the Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office, they're familiar with the interpretation of wounding in a body and seeing it at this decomposition level. So yes, of course it makes it harder. You have to really call on your knowledge base to interpret the wounds. The eyes being collapsed after death is normal. They lose their turgor. They don't, they're not the same shape. So not being able to see her eye color, that's a completely normal thing in a decomposition like this.
Her weight was 71 pounds. Is that...
You lose a lot of weight also, in this sort of death decomposition process. So that's not reliable as to what her ante-mortem weight was.
I want to go to skin defects. Multiple skin defects are also present over the torso, with many perforating the skin and soft tissue without identifiable soft tissue hemorrhage or associated internal organ injuries. They range from 5/16 inch to 1/4 inches in greatest dimension. Multiple superficial linear abrasions are also noted on the right dorsal hand. The upper and lower extremities show full thickness dismemberment with relatively flat cut surfaces through the soft tissue and bone. No discernible hemorrhage is identified at these sites. Multiple fragments of blue plastic material are found embedded in the cut surfaces. Representative fragments are collected by medical examiner criminalists and submitted to the evidence department on September 8th, 2025. The right upper extremity is dismembered 9 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left upper extremity is dismembered 5 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left fourth and fifth fingers are amputated. The right lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One site is 12 inches from the top of the leg, and the other is 10 inches from the bottom of the heel. The left lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One site is 9 inches from the top of
This girl was tortured. Them fingers came out first. This girl was tortured. This is horrible.
Leg, and the other is 15 inches from the bottom of the heel. It says the head is partially skeletonized with an absent left eye, and there is liquefaction of the soft tissues. What does this tell you about how she was dismembered?
It's important in dismemberment to look at the edges of the wounds. So any tool marks, any particular saw that might have been used to do this, the fact that there are these blue flecks give you some clue if you're able to then locate something that was used in the process. And just doing the careful tool mark analysis on the ends of the bones.
My whole thing is, who the fuck dumb enough to put a body that they done took in a Tesla, in the front Tesla that is, and park it on the street? Like, who is dumb enough to do that? And mind you, when this first hit the news, they had some neighbors said that he was playing weird music out of his Tesla when nobody was in there. It was just playing. And his visuals, his music video. I want to know who his art directors are too. Those people need to be looked into as well, because those people know his mindset when it comes to his creativity. And that's definitely going to be something that's brought up in the case, the art directors, so that they can further explain the creative process, because he's going to try to tell the DA that they can't use his music videos or his lyrics against him. And so they got to bring in some experts, as well as the creative art directors and co-producers and writers who was with him while he was making that music, to figure out what type of conversation was going on. All
of the amputations. The fact that everything is together there in there's the body bag, and then there's the trash bag with the limbs in it. They weren't discarded in different places. So you have a lot of material to work on to try to figure out what was used to cut through the limbs.
What amount of effort or tools would be needed to do something like this? And based on the description, I hate to say this, is this someone you would suggest is sloppy, that has never done this before? Does it look disoriented in a way?
That's a great question.
It's interesting, because many people, when they try to dismember a body, they'll try to go for the joint somehow.
And mind you, she ain't seen the body. She just up here looking like she just, ooh, I see you in my cup of tea ass motherfucker. Like with these Bertha Jenkins glasses on.
They think that's a good place to go, when that's a really complicated place to disarticulate.
Girl, you ain't seen the body, hush.
And so the fact that they didn't go for the joint says something about their logic. They were making cuts, presumably to be able to confine her and fit her into a certain amount of space. And so they not only cut the legs in one place, they cut them in two places, to fit them in. Right. I think beyond that, you can just say someone's trying to hide the body. They are doing their best to compact the body to hide it, but they left it all there. So I can't really psychologically analyze that part.
How is an eye missing? Is that from decomposition?
Well, it's not really missing as much as it's all gone away. I believe there was mention also in the report of insect activity.
Yeah, can you talk about that a little bit?
They don't go into great detail about it or about how many generations of insects are there, but it's usually fly activity that we refer to. And adult flies lay eggs in moist places on the body, and then those eggs start to grow and become maggots, and then they keep getting bigger, and then they pupate into the next generation, et cetera, so forth. So they can do a lot of destruction because they're scavengers, if you will. So they will eat dead tissue, necrotic tissue, and just digest it and eat it, in there, and that's what they do. So many times they will go for the soft parts of the eye and other soft areas.
And does that tell you how long the body has been decomposing, and does it actually relate to a particular?
So they said that the mother was scared to go to the police because the mother was undocumented. That's not true, because what happens in this situation, because Celeste is a minor, this crime is done against her as a hate crime or some type of violent crime. And what happens, especially in California, when these Hispanics are faced with violent crimes and somebody get prosecuted, that's like the fast track way to give them their documentation to have like free citizenship in America. So that excuse is critically flawed, because it would have been an opportunity for the mother to become documented had she went to the police and claimed that her daughter was missing and she was the victim of a crime. Matter of fact, there was a missing poster put out there, but I think what we are is we expect the mother to come and show some type of sympathy and empathy for the situation. And I know you guys are talking about Salome Bella. I am going to pull up her video because I do like her and I do listen to her. But I think something still is fishy with the mother, but I'm not going to like put all the onus on her at all, because I noticed that a lot of people, including myself, has this pattern of blaming the parents for whatever happened to their child. Just like with Ashley Janae, myself and other people were saying, well, her mother failed her. Her mother did this. Her mother should have warned her, or her mother did warn her and she didn't listen. Those are grown people. But in this particular situation, I think it was very important that the mother come forward and speak, because this is a minor, not a grown person.
Particular location. Is there specific insects that inhabit a certain location, or you could say perhaps there's evidence of those insects being in a certain location?
Yeah, I think that, the entomologists that do this work specifically, the forensic folks, they collect the maggots, they look at them, they see if there's pupa casings there, if any other material from the flies are there, to try to date it. That could give.
And see this picture right here? This is, she's sitting down right down the curb right there by the house.
If there's pupa casings there, if any other material from the flies are there, to try to date it. That could give important information.
The female reproductive tract. Okay, this is page 9. Uterus present and not enlarged and without endometrial lesions and hemorrhage. Ovaries and fallopian tubes appropriate for age. Other private areas without lesions. Now, it says other female reproductive tract findings, severe postmortem changes noted. This I just want to highlight because one of the allegations, right, has been put forward is, that David was allegedly engaging in illegal sex acts with a minor, right, with presumably Celeste. And I know that there was at one point a question of, was she pregnant or not? There's nothing to indicate this. Is there something about this particular section that stands out to you?
No, the report indicates the uterus was normal, so it wasn't enlarged as it would be in pregnancy. There wasn't anything seen on the inner lining of the uterus that would be seen in pregnancy.
Right.
The external genitalia, the description is of decomposed tissue. So whether there was forceful penetration there because of the advanced state.
See, they're always going to refer back to this picture. You got to type, buddy. You got to type. You was practicing practicing on Celeste so that you can find somebody, because see, you're a little weird gay dude. You and this Asian boy, y'all was together bumping purses. So yeah, he was practicing on that child. That's what happens. That's why people always look at men that are much older, even if, like, for instance, the girl would have been 18 and he's 30. People look at that kind of weird. Like, why aren't you with someone your age? Do you have money and you just tired of them, or you just can't get them and you need to practice on someone who's less mature? So he was definitely practicing on Celeste and to build a chemistry with the girl, because he's a little gay boy. And he was also allegedly touching his own sister because he made music in her closet. Like, you have a whole room. Your family is well to do. Your father is an attorney. Why is it that you need to go into your sister's bedroom to make music in her closet? Because there was so much noise coming out of that room for whatever reason and purposes. So he likes to practice on little girls because he's gay.
Of the decomposition, it wouldn't be seen.
I just want to go back to the skin defects. This is a part that we didn't talk about.
Hey, what's up, She-Face?
Or maybe we did. I just need to know if this provides any more information. Skin defect, 3/4 inch. Entrance involving the right abdomen, 21 inches below the top of the head. 1 inch right of midline is a 3/4 inch length penetrating wound with smooth edges. The wound is orientated in the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions. The wound tract sequentially perforates the skin and soft tissue of the right abdomen and the liver. The wound track is an approximately depth of 1.5 inches front to back. The skin defect involving the lateral left lower chest, 15 inches below the top of the head. 6 inches left of midline is a 9/16 inch penetrating wound with smooth edges. Path, the wound track sequentially perforates the skin and soft tissue of the lateral left lower chest, left intercostal space, and enters the left chest cavity. The wound track has a depth of at least 2 inches left to right. The adjacent ribs show disruption of the cortical bone. Is this anything that we haven't?
I mean, those are the serious fatal wounds that are described by the medical examiner. As I said, going into the body cavity and hitting the liver, which would bleed extensively, and then hitting the pleural cavity on the left, causing air and blood to fill up that space. Again, seeing the blood and seeing the air is not possible this many days of decomposition, but the wounds are there and they mark the track of the penetrating weapon. The fact that there's injury on the ribs themselves might be analyzed for a specific weapon as well. The markings on the ribs.
TMZ reported this. I believe it's to be in here as well, the toxicology findings, right? So it says there was I believe a presumptive positive for methamphetamine and MDMA, but then apparently there was another screening that says meth was inconclusive, MDMA was not detected, that Celeste may have had alcohol in her system, didn't contribute to her death. I think we touched upon that before.
Right.
What, if you're reading the same thing, correct me if I'm wrong, but what does that tell you?
Well, just referring to the toxicology screening, you can screen for drugs and there can be interfering substances that might look like it's positive for a drug. And then when you do the in-depth analysis to confirm if that's present or not present, that's the more definitive test. So the not detected results after the screening is more relevant, that she didn't have that in her system. The alcohol, you can form alcohol, ethanol, after death in the decomposition process. And so having some there in a decomposed body is not indicative of imbibing the alcohol.
And just one more thing I want to touch upon.
So it seems like she was drinking when this happened. She was intoxicated. She had alcohol in her system. So we're gonna dot that and understand that Celeste was like many young girls. She was wild out there on her own, running away. Yeah, she was drinking. A lot of kids have drunk when they was underage. Look at Drew Barrymore. She was drinking since she was 3.
Just towards the end, just goes into more of the report, how when her body was found, she was wearing a tube top, underwear, leggings, and socks. I observed multiple holes in the front and back of the tube top. She was missing both arms above the elbows and both legs above the knees. The decedent was in an advanced state of decomposition demonstrated by foul odor, discoloration, liquefaction, insect activity, partial skeletonization, and skin slippage. Goes on at another point. She was dismembered and was inside a black body bag and black trash bag. We've known some of this before, but it's just so difficult to hear. Final thoughts on this and anything that we're missing from the report that stood out to you?
I mean, I think the medical examiner did a thorough job. And in fact, associating the clothing with the wounds on the body is a very important part of analyzing, the penetrating wounds. So some of those additional injuries in the clothing may shed some light on the marks that can't be further identified on the body. I think determining that it's these 2 fatal wounds that are the primary cause of death and that it's a homicide is very important here.
Mary Jambelic, thanks for taking the time. I know it's never easy.
That's crazy. Let's go here. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I think it's relevant more now than ever.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sloan from SloanBella.com, and I am back with another energetically channeled celebrity musician and the girl found in his...
Thank y'all for sending the gifts and everything on YouTube. I know I'm not live on Twitch right now because I plan on doing, like, when I do these long drawn out live streams, anything over 3 hours that I plan, I'm just not going to do it on Twitch.
Car video. And by that, I mean the young woman named Celeste Rivera, who was found on September 8th of 2025 in the front trunk of her boyfriend slash friend slash singer, David. And he spells his name D4VD. Now, that is interesting to me because that's a signal for something else. This little girl, Celeste, was found, as I said, on September 8th of 2025, one day after she would have turned 15 years old. Baby girl was born on September 7th of 2010. And she didn't even make it to 15 because her body was found severely decomposed in the front end trunk of the Tesla of the singer named David. Now, Celeste was rumored to have been his friend. She may have been a girlfriend. She may not have been a girlfriend. We don't really know. We're not really sure. Energetically, it feels very much like there was even more of an ongoing relationship. So I believe that Celeste knew David from about the age of 11 and a half on, which is really inappropriate and pedophilic.
And she's correct. I've seen the tweets that are still up right now on Twitter from Celeste's profile talking to him. And also, I'm pretty sure the DA is going to bring out all the Discord messages to figure out what date Celeste joined Discord and figure out what date she actually went into D4D's Discord account. They know all of that.
If we're going to talk like that, because I believe it was for the physical, intentional harvesting of her energy and her frequency.
Right.
Now, I'm going to start off. Usually I don't do videos just because something happens in the news until I feel the person. And yesterday while I was running, I had an image of Celeste come in my brain where she was showing me the right hand and saying, "You promised." Now, obviously, she's speaking to somebody who promised her something. So I wanted to dive into it a little bit deeper to see what I could pick up. And looking at Celeste's chart, now, I don't have her time of birth, obviously, because I don't know the family and it's nowhere online. But I will say this, she is a Virgo, and we just came through an eclipse series of Virgo Pisces at the point that she passed away. She's also, both of them, her and David, both have Mercury retrograde, and we came through a retrograde up until I believe it was like August 10th of 2025, which we then entered into the shadow period and then into eclipses, etc. And she's going to be activated by that because she is a Virgo sun and moon. I put sun on the ascendant now, so it made her a double Virgo. If I were to say a rising sign off the top of my head, I'm going to say I think she was a Sag rising. First of all, they're always on the go, so you never really know where they are. And secondly, David's Pluto is in the sign of Sagittarius. It is retrograde, and I really feel, obviously with the murder, that this is Plutonian. So it probably was on her ascendant, and it could have even been conjunct from the 12th house by degree. So that would put her degree somewhere at around 26 degrees Sag rising, and that Pluto would have been really conjunct 26, 25. His is at 24. So it was either in the 12th or on the ascendant directly with her, which means he wants to consume her. You're going to look in the chart for Pluto, and even if Pluto is in your partner's chart, is your sun sign, that's someone who's obsessed with you. It's energetic. It's not because you have money or you're good looking or whatever. It's strictly purely energetic, and it's usually from a past life. Now, looking at David's chart, of which I do not have the time of birth either, we do have sun in Aries on March 28th of 2005. These crazy birthdays, especially for me. Like, I'm like, we're out of the 80s, we're out of the 90s, we're in the 2005. So he is a Scorpio moon. He and Celeste both had Mercury retrograde, which is fascinating to me. And as I said, his Pluto is in Sagittarius. But what I found interesting, if I'm trying to peg his chart and see how it could be activated, I really feel it could be activated with a Aquarius rising. He strikes me like Gemini rising when I hear him talk, the way he tries to present himself. Or here's an even weirder thing. He could himself be a Virgo rising. He himself could be that. But I really feel like it had to be Pluto activating in his chart. So Pluto going through his first house in Aquarius rising would really bring to task all of the bullshit done prior. Like, you're not going to get off this planet when Pluto hits one of the angles without something deeply transformative happening, and not necessarily in the best way. Like, not necessarily in a positive way, right? It could very well be that, and he could have a Virgo rising teetering on like Libra through the first house with his Aries stellium in the 7th, activating it. Or he literally could be Aquarius rising with transiting Pluto, hitting him where he doesn't want to be hit. He has Mars in Aquarius, so if he had Mars in Aquarius on the ascendant, and this is all speculation, but if he had it there, it would also make him aggressive, but disconnected aggressive. And the way he talks like that, in my mind.
Right.
That's how
Yeah,
it
he
is.
does.
But getting back to Celeste. So we have Celeste, who would have turned 15 the day before her body was found. Now, that's interesting because I can see her right there when they're finding her body. She was aware of what happened. She was cognizant. She understood what has happened to her. She can see. She can see and she knows.
So if she knows, won't she come and tell you exactly what happened so that we can just go ahead and figure out if we're going to bury him? Or what? Come on now.
She was waiting for them to find her. She was almost, I don't know if in real life she had a habit of biting her nails, but she's biting her nails for this because she was waiting for them to find her. She wanted them to find her. That's what she really wanted. She had been moving around a lot in the Tesla. She'd been on one side of the street, the other side of the street, all around the house that David's manager rented for David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, but he spells it again, D4 ending cycles VD. Anyhow, so I'd have to look up the numerology of all those letters, which I should have before I started the video, but there's a reason he's picked to spell his name like that. So when we're looking at it, his manager rented the home, and what do we call a manager but a handler? They're there to keep their person financially solvent. They don't really care. They're just there to make sure that the person is making money.
Right.
And suddenly this young kid who's 20 is making a shit ton of money, where he can pay $20,000 a month for where he lives, which is a lot when you don't own it, right?
Right.
But apparently the Tesla was moving into different spots around the neighborhood, and the neighbors said they did smell something. Please, people, when you smell something, call the police. They thought it was an animal, and that can smell bad enough. That's true. But the smell of either a dead animal or dead person is so strong that you absolutely want to make sure that you call the police to check that it isn't actually a person.
Right.
So having said that, when the tickets were not collected or paid and the car got towed after so many days, it ended up in the tow yard, and they're the ones that called the police. And poor little Celeste was, had been dead a while in the front of the car. She'd been cut up and she'd been placed there. So who did that? People are saying, well, you can't prove murder. Well, what you can prove is hiding a body in a car and cutting it up. Also a crime, harming a body after it's been passed. After they've passed away, desecrating a body. Okay, that's one charge. And just because David puts his his property into his parents' name does not mean it's not going to come out when he gets sued, hopefully by Celeste's family in a civil matter, because he's hiding it because they found the body. So that's a reaction to an action, and you can't actually hide assets when they're coming after you, and they will be coming after him. But he's not the only one. So let's back it up a bit. So when I'm picking up on Celeste's energy, I really get this young sweet girl. She's tough. She has to be tough. Part of her appearance makes me think she's Cancer rising also, but she's tough. She's a tough kid. She explains energetically, I'm speaking, that she was a scapegoat in her family. So things were thrown at her and tossed at her that were not really her. She was blamed for things. The mother was competitive with her. That's a weird thing to say. The mother was combative with her because she was either envious or undercurrent secretly jealous of her daughter or the youth, or the way that her daughter was willfully her own person, because she was willfully her own person. She was difficult, and she did run away long before she ran away. So I'm thinking around age 7, 8. Obviously, she's not going to get far. Thank God she didn't, and nothing happened to her then. But it was in her thinking to always run away. Like, this is what she was going to do. She had it in her head, and it's what she was going to do. She really does kind of sound like also a Cancer rising, but I see the Sag at the same time. So I see both of those elements in her energy. I see her wanting a family a lot, and I see her being very much, this is going to sound weird because she's rebellious as shit, but I see people pleasing in the energy, and that is probably what her biggest issue was, is wanting to know that her family cared about her. Now, as I'm feeling the energy and the hand, it's the right hand, and she's like, you promised. When I'm seeing that, I'm feeling like she was introduced to the singer probably around the age of 11 and a half. Like, seriously, before she got a period, before she was even like in teenagehood.
Wow.
11 and a half. What the hell are you doing talking to a kid who's 11 and a half? What the hell are you doing? That's a huge problem in our society. And a lot of these entertainers get away with it because they're special, because they make money. And that really should not be a thing. And people clamor to that because they feel if they're around it, they can also get there. Understandable, but not good for your kids. She also energetically makes me feel like somebody in her family, younger female, not the mother, somebody in the family introduced her to David by way of another third party friend. She also goes way back into her early childhood and says, you know, that people didn't really watch over her. And there was somebody's brother who was inappropriate with her. So she comes from a background of already not being listened to or being blamed, scapegoated for what other people in the neighborhood, family, this kind of thing did to her. That's beyond typical, actually. But this little girl, that's what she went through. So she built a tough exterior, and she always wanted to protect her family. She really didn't belong anywhere else in her own mind, but she also was looking for something to take over that part of her life in the family. So if I go to a boyfriend, he's going to take care of me. Eventually we'll get married. I mean, something along those lines is how she's thinking. And as she's thinking like this, she's getting herself deeper and deeper into circumstances. And not only with him, there's other boys around there that are older. She's now a magnet for older people, older boys, even if it's 5 years older. I'm sorry, when you're 12 and 17, that's wrong. But she's kind of a magnet. So I go back to thinking about the chart and I'm like, what does that mean? Well, if you put her at a triple Virgo, it's going to put Pluto on the 5th house cusp and her north node, right? But usually when we're talking age difference, like sex with older people, it's abuse. But when you see people with huge age gaps, you will find Capricorn in the 5th house, love affairs with older Capricornian people. Saturn in the 8th, Saturn in the 12th. They can also be contingent of abusive things. Those are just some of the things. I mean, there's too many to name, but my mind just went all around and I still can't figure out the rising sign. But there were other older kids, boys, that were also very much in keeping with Celeste and trying to get with her and trying to connect with her. It's something that happens in a traumatized child out of a family where there's both either avoidance, neglect, rosy colored glasses on. We don't want to see the truth. We don't want to talk about it. It's her fault. So there's no help and there's no therapy given to the child. They're going to keep recreating that. And eventually they'll marry it and it'll continue on. It's a thing. It happens.
That's why they haven't come forward. It's that guilt that's eating them up. It ain't got nothing to do with no immigration. Because I just told y'all, that whole family is victims of one of the most gruesome crimes that we're going to hear about in modern history. Okay, they can, what is it, a visa U, where they can apply for citizenship through and by way of being victimized by David or whoever unalive Celeste. And right now it looks like D4VD did. So I told you guys, there's something with that family. The whole community seeing the family going out. And the video of Celeste yelling and screaming while other people was yelling and screaming at her, grown people, she was loud and rambunctious. It looked like she was a problem. And I remember when they did the vigil, it was one of the neighbors who said that poor girl didn't deserve that. So I created this and I celebrated her. Her family didn't do nothing and they don't care. The only thing they care about is getting some money.
Both male and female, both way, female, male, male, female. It's a thing. So she desperately needed her family and her family did love her. But I do see that she was outed by somebody in her family, female. This could be a female cousin or a female sibling. It feels like that kind of energy. So there's a feeling of like, I did what they wanted me to do. I did what they wanted me to do. It's not that she even wanted to be a singer herself. She was more looking for security and enjoyed what was going on around it and thought that she was on equal footing.
Wow.
So now I flip over to David, letter D, 4VD. I still can't get over how that sounds. So I go to him, and again, he's a March 28th of 2005, Aries Sun, Scorpio Moon, deadly combination. And then the presence of the softness behind him is yet another layer that is very Michael Jackson-ish when you think about it in a little bit of a way. There's the internal self and the presented mask that we wear. And I'm saying this for a reason. I'm actually saying it for a reason. So when I looked at his energy and I go back in time to when he's playing the video games and his mom is suggesting that he write his own music so that he avoids legal consequences, etc. on YouTube, copyright on down the road. So he does this. That's wonderful. That's a smart move. Right. But brilliant. The energy that I see behind David when he's doing the video games, obviously I see his eyes darting like this, and then I see his brain chemistry opening in kind of a linear way and causing a kind of openness, like an open door policy to thoughts being put into it. I'm not sure if these are coming from the video game or something in the video game is making it happen. I don't exactly know which, but I see it like that. So thoughts coming in that aren't his, and frequently a lot of these thoughts. So as he continues to play the video game, the brain frequency and the texture of the electricity through the brain, okay, changes. And that texture allows for other thought forms. This is the way I'm seeing it. Other basically molecules to attach to his thinking pattern and redirect the way that he thinks. So again, which came first? I play the video games and this kind of like an exercise opens my brain up in a particular way, or I open my brain up in a certain way through the video games, which allows external information to come. I'm seeing that combination. I'm really seeing that combination. So there's a lot of that goes into the way.
That's pretty common, whether it's video games or random cartoons subconsciously program you to be gay, like what they say about SpongeBob, or specifically video games like the shooting video games. It prepares these kids to go out there and, you know, go fight a war. And then when they come home, they're all jacked up, just like the gentleman over in Louisiana did 3 trips over in the Middle East to fight somebody else's war and came back and unalived his whole family. PTSD. Them video games prepare you, and then when you're in it, it feels like and look like a video game, and you got to figure out how to survive. And then you come back over here with no therapy. So rest in peace to that family that was annihilated by a military vet because of the programming, the video games. It always starts there. It always starts there. I do see D4D playing these psychopathic thriller type of video games to where they just, you understand what I'm saying? Getting high off of 8 balls and drunk and just do some shit like this, bro.
That he changes and shifts. So from about the age of 16, 17, his brain takes a look over this way, and we're not dealing with the same person. We're not dealing with the same frequency. We're not dealing with the same thoughts. We're not dealing with the same goals, ideations, dreams. It's changed. So this has changed, and suddenly he has changed, okay? So it's like I'm looking this way, and suddenly I go over here, and this different expression of this person. So he starts to want to express himself differently. Basically, it's a personality change. It was slow in happening, and he is, in some senses, unaware that it's happening at the time because it shuts off one part of his brain and activates another. Almost like people who are in like a catatonic state and they don't remember what happened, and they wake up and they're like, where am I? And what are you talking about? Almost like that. There's this feeling of like, this is so different. And now I think like this, I don't know who he is, but I'm not him anymore. And this is happening around the age of 16, 17 for him. He's changing the direction of his frequency in his brain. It's actually changing. And I'm going to say this, the brain chemistry was hijacked by an outside thought pattern or form or entity or whatever you want to call it. Could be either or and all. And it's directing him ever so slowly, bending the frequency internally, not the external. But I bet you if you look at pictures of him from before that, some say 14, and then at 17, I bet, well, besides growing, but I bet you the look in his eyes is different. He's bending frequency. But this is going on a cellular level, inside the brain, chemistry level, and it's something that he's doing, and it's very, like, different than I felt. I felt things like that can occupy your brain, but this is different because the thoughts are directing him down a road. So he is now being directed and consumed and asked to go over here and to be that way. Suddenly, and this is just how I pick up on his energy, he's alive, he's here, but suddenly when he looks at his music or he hears his music or people ask him about his music, he's like, wow, like who knew? Like, he's actually kind of stunned that he did that. Like, I didn't know I could do that. So he himself doesn't have full recognition of like being able to create these things, but yet knows he create them, and he's quite proud of himself. That to me sounds like there's a slight bit of energy field interference by an entity hooking into his frequency. I really feel that with him. So it's very slow. It's not the same thing as possession like The Exorcist. These are different things. You can become possessed. And if you watch some musicians, you can see when the possession comes into them. You can see when it comes into them. You can watch their eyes. They start to roll back in their head. You can really see it with a musician. You can see it with the tone and the frequency and the pitch. And you can see their eyes flutter and the way that they look, and then they come back into their body. If you watch, start watching old performances. I watch Prince do it a lot, but watch. You'll see things like that happen. You'll see musicians do it, and some don't allow that. Now, there are practices and there are rituals in which you can invite something into your energy field. There are even mediums that channel, like if you look at ones that channel entities or aliens or groups of aliens, they're actually inviting them literally into the physical and the frequency, which means, and this is what I think happened to David, which means when you allow somebody into your house, your body, your frequency, okay, you are pushed to the side while that energy takes over control of your physical body. So it's not something I'm going to do for any reason on purpose. Trance channels do it. That's something that you can do. Like, it's a natural occurrence. Like when you're younger and you don't know what you're doing, they will do that to you, and you have to actually set a boundary. A lot of entertainers invoke and allow it into them in order to increase what they're doing or have help writing or communicating with what they're doing, okay? You can watch it. Go watch. Like, go look at certain entertainers, watch it when they start really going, and watch their faces. You'll see it. You'll see the flash when it changes. This is what I think happened to David, but it's for a different reason. It's coming through the frequency of the video game, and they are using David to create the story. That's how I'm picking it up. They're using David to create the story. I just heard something over there. And so his actions from when that happened, like age 17, 18, 16 onward, he's creating the story for them so that they live through him and he has to do in order for them to live. That's how I see the energy. Now, when I go back to what happened to Celeste, the first thing is I see a young girl who still hugs her animals. And this is interesting. I don't know if she's signaling me this or she really had this stuffed animal. Some people do, some kids do. But she's showing me a white rabbit that she carries with her. And I'm just going to say this straight out. We know what the white rabbit stands for. So it can be two meanings. It can be the rabbit up and died pregnancy, but the police are saying she hasn't been pregnant for a year, but they don't know why she died. If you can tell she hasn't been pregnant for a year, then you can tell if she was drugged when she died. Just saying. I mean, those tests should come back immediately, especially in a high profile case, right? Or the rabbit is chrome, and you know what I'm talking. Put Adreno in front of it, and you know what I'm talking about. So the rabbit in its molecular structure signifies that. Now, here's the only time I've heard of a teenage girl in real life showing up with a stuffed rabbit, because I have heard this before, and it's due to them being trafficked, usually by a boyfriend who is really a pimp, because how else do you get a young girl to want to spread her legs or do whatever for multiple people? First of all, you have to love her. You have to do what her father or family couldn't do for her and convince her that you're a boyfriend. And then because she's young and naive and looking for love, she's going to do what she's going to do for you when you explain the problem you have. That's the first thing. Carrying the rabbit is also a sign when being delivered from one to another that she's been trafficked. So it's kind of interesting. I feel like somebody set her up with David the singer to begin with. That's what I feel, okay? But I am seeing the image of her with a stuffed, not a real rabbit, but a stuffed white rabbit. I don't know the significance of it. Then I see on the day that she passes, and keep this in mind, okay. She shows me the energy of leaving her body, and it was kind of like a corkscrew like that, and she was out. I don't think she was dead. I think something happened and she lost consciousness. I'm falling forward and I bash my head in, and then I can't hear. My ears are ringing and I can't hear anything. She may have fallen, tripped or fallen or gone unconscious due to something she ingested and fallen forward and hit her head. But before that, because I hear the ears are ringing, like my ears hurt. like I smashed my head and I'm like, oh my God, my ears. So the pressure in that area is a lot. Like it's a fucking lot. Yeah. Okay. So here's what happened to her from the perspective that I picked up on it energetically.
Wait.
And she wants to keep pointing out that you promised me. You promised.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I got to go back a couple minutes because I had to go and get my laundry, and I just cannot miss this really quickly. So let me go right back to about here.
Do it. That's something that you can do. Like it's a natural occurrence. Like when you're younger and you don't know what you're doing, they will do that to you, and you have to actually set a boundary. A lot of them, you can see when it comes into them. You can watch their eyes. They start to roll back in their head. You can really see it with a musician. You can see it with the tone and the frequency and the pitch. And you can see their eyes flutter and the way that they look. And then they come back into their body. If you watch, start watching old performances. I watch Prince do it a lot, but watch. You'll see things like that happen. You'll see musicians do it. And some don't allow that. Now, there are practices.
The incarnation of the spirits. And those spirits can incarnate through the spirits, which is alcohol, through substances. Believe it or not, marijuana is the only substance alone that cannot like conjure because it's not really chemical beyond the scope of like what they got now. I'm talking about like natural herbs. So these days, marijuana is like crack too. So spirits can enter your body through these different substances. And so you change and you turn into this different version of you. And that spirit is like a reflection of who you are. And you think that it's like almost a version of you, but it was dormant and it just came out. That's actually you allowing a spirit to take control over you. And that's what's in control. And a lot of us actually allow that to happen. And some of us don't. And you would see people like Rihanna early in the days when she was making the demonic videos, eyes rolling back in the head, taking the pills, doing all this other shit. So yeah, they definitely conjure spirits and they put it in their artistic material. For instance, David everyone's looking at all of his work like, this is not greatness. This is honestly you telling everybody this dark, twisted fantasy that you had and what you did. And you sacrificed this and you actually compelled your artistry. Your art became reality. And it was already reality. It just didn't manifest in the physical world. That's why they're saying it was premeditated and he was lying in wait. And then also there was allegations a long time ago that Rihanna sacrificed one of her family members and they drowned. And then we see Tiamo, and that's basically the story of what happened to whoever she sacrificed. Or it goes even deeper to comparing Selena Gomez in the kitchen to Kanika Jenkins and the transference of organs. So we've heard these theories before. And at this point in time, there's always some truth to theories, depending on how far the rabbit hole you want to go. So she's not talking crazy. And I did see someone say that in the chat. I totally understand what she's saying. She has a bank of knowledge about this to where she doesn't have to explain it.
And there are rituals in which you can invite something into your energy field. There are even mediums that channel. Like if you look at ones that channel entities or aliens or groups of aliens, they're actually inviting them literally into the physical and the frequency, which means, and this is what I think happened to David, which means when you allow somebody into your house, your body, your frequency, okay, you are pushed to the side while that energy takes over control of your physical body. So it's not something I'm going to do for any reason on purpose. Trance channels do it. That's something that you can do. Like it's a natural occurrence. Like when you're younger and you don't know what you're doing, they will do that to you and you have to actually set a boundary. A lot of entertainers invoke and allow it into them in order to increase what they're doing or have help writing or communicating with
Sasha Fierce, Beyonce. And that's why they say she's just sitting there looking like a zombie because she don't know what to do without Sasha Fierce. And have you guys noticed after that her performance style totally changed? Like she wasn't so essentially dependent upon that because that was like the peak of her career. it was like, if you go back, and Beyonce's always worked hard, but that Sasha Fierce was like the ultimate peak. It's like, peak. Even though she sold more with Renaissance and Cowboy Cardi, so number wise, it looked like this is her peak, and she's able to substantiate. But when it comes to energy, when it comes to that passion, that grit, and the possession of it all, that was her Morning Star era right there. Okay.
What they're doing. Okay. You can watch it. Go watch. Go look at certain entertainers. Watch it when they start really going, and watch their faces. You'll see it. You'll see the flash when it changes. This is what I think happened to David, but it's for a different reason. It's coming through the frequency of the video game, and they are using David to create the story. That's how I'm picking it up. They're using David to create the story. I just heard something over there. And so his actions from when that happened, like age 17, 18, 16 onward, he's creating the story for them so that they live through him and he has to do in order for them to live. That's how I see the energy. Now, when I go back to what happened to Celeste, the first thing is I see a young girl who still hugs her animals. And this is interesting. I don't know if she's signaling me this or she really had this stuffed animal. Some people do, some kids do. But she's showing me a white rabbit that she carries with her. And I'm just going to say this straight out. We know what the white rabbit stands for. So it can be two meanings. It can be the rabbit up and died pregnancy, but the police are saying she hasn't been pregnant for a year,
right?
But they don't know why she died. If you can tell she hasn't been pregnant for a year, then you can tell if she was drugged when she died. Just saying. I mean, those tests should come back immediately, especially in a high profile case, right? Or the rabbit is chrome, and you know what I'm talking. Put Adreno in front of it, and you know what I'm talking about. So the rabbit in its molecular structure signifies that. Now,
okay. Now, and I hope you guys caught that, because obviously you can't talk about certain things on YouTube, but Salone Bella kind of hinted towards something. And I think, people have seen the theories, have even, compared to the pizza slices. I don't know, but she, and when you think about something like that, as far as creative expression, think about Monsters, Inc., how this big monster was there and these kids were streaming and they was draining the substance out of them. Or in real life, reality, since we're all connected like an ecosystem, think about a hornet going to drain a honeybee of all of the nectar and the cloud and all of this, or whatever it is on this energetic level as it pertains to a celebrity, popularity, creativity, and so forth. So I totally see what she's saying. And I do think that Celeste was young and had a lot of energy and a vibrant personality. It could have been anything. I look at all children like that, unless you born with circumstances that will limit you. I think all children have infinite dreams, goals, vision, can do whatever they want to do. And apparently Celeste just ducked off and tried to get with pretty much got with David to become somebody and thought that she was a peer and they was on this journey together. That's what it's giving me.
Here's the only time I've heard of a teenage girl in real life showing up with a stuffed rabbit, because I have heard this before, and it's due to them being trafficked, usually by a boyfriend who is really a pimp, because how else do you get a young girl to want to spread her legs or do whatever for multiple people?
Right.
First of all, you have to love her. You have to do what her father or family couldn't do for her and convince her that you're a boyfriend. And then because she's young and naive and looking for love, she's going to do what she's going to do for you when you explain the problem you have. That's the first thing. Carrying the rabbit is also a sign when being delivered from one to another that she's been trafficked.
Wow.
So it's kind of interesting. I feel like somebody set her up with David the singer to begin with. That's what I feel. Okay. But I am seeing the image of her with a stuffed.
It happens in Hollywood. A lot of celebrity kids are moved around just like this, Just because it's Kylie Jenner and she has, you know, popularity don't mean that this underground trafficking reality is not actually happening. And these kids grow up to be successful and they have these backstories where they was moved around. Yeah, Kim Kardashian is my sister and Kris Jenner is my mother, but each and every one of them have their own thing going. Rob is just ducking off because of whatever, but like each of those girls, Drew Barrymore, drinking alcohol at the age of 9, got to go to rehab. These people are moved around and their families knows about it. And it's like a clique, a cult of people that move like this and think that this is the way to live. This is the way to preserve. It's not just about money and popularity. These people actually are moved around. And I told you a long time ago, and you guys put some ghosts in the chat, if I told you about the Bird Streets in Hollywood that had mental health issues, went up there spraying up these houses. Who knows? She could have been traumatized about what something happened to her in that house at a different time and just sprayed it up. Or who knows? Rihanna went through the same thing. Again, remember when Rihanna told Tyra Banks that she was 15 years old, got on a private jet with no paperwork, no documents, no parents, no nothing, and sent to America on her own with no guidance and no parents. And Jay-Z told her, you have to sign. I'm going to throw you out of the window on the 22nd floor. This is an undocumented girl. Anything can happen to her at any given time, but she signed and she became a celebrity. So Celeste, being an undocumented immigrant, having no home training, no parental guiding, and being a runaway and not even documented, she was disposable and they could have done anything that they wanted to do to her. My whole thing is either she done something, either she did something or he sacrificed her in order for him to come up. And I think this whole time when she was with him, I don't necessarily think that he was the only one, if at all, smashing her. He was the fall guy. He was the one she's supposed to hang around. And the manager that rented the house, the people that signed him at Interscope Records. Because mind you, she was chopped up and unalive around when it was time to promote his deluxe album. So it could have been his sacrifice at the hand of other people. But this girl was moved around. This is Hollywood, okay? Everybody in Hollywood at the end of the day has been moved around, or you don't make it that far. You don't get up there in them ranks. Okay, Hollywood is first and foremost. We don't care how good you look, how talented you are. Are you willing to be moved around? Are you willing to do this? Yes or no? Don't talk back. And then that's so abusive, and you want to be famous, and you just want to be happy, like Justin Bieber. You end up doing it. And then they try to do it to your kids and they'll unalive you if you ain't down with all of that because you know too much. So Hollywood is a very weird place. And it's not a coincidence that she was found chopped up to pieces in the Bird Streets where they have the tunnels underneath the houses. I'm not just saying that from personal experience. You guys can do your own research and see that back in 1920s, they built tunnels under those houses in the Bird Streets. Okay, go and do your research. And they are still operative. Okay. So this is a real thing. You got to understand, like, that's not far-fetched. These houses in Hollywood Hill is on top of mountains. They're on top of mountains. And then what you think is flat is not even really flat. It's a lot of stuff going on underneath. It's flat to you, but it's layers in these mountains. So yeah, this is so heartbreaking, and they so slow to leave her in the trunk. Like, what the F? I think that whoever did this is well protected. For first and foremost, Harvey has come out and said that he has a house in the Bird Street, so he knows what's going on in the Bird Street. He knows about the tunnels. There's nobody up there in the Bird Streets with an HOA document that don't know and understand what's going on with some of these houses. He knows exactly what's going on. You know how many dead bodies they find on the side of the Hollywood Hills in the Bird Streets? I've told you guys this. I've been telling you guys this for a very long time. And it just, you know, I just have to repeat it so that you guys can follow the actual truth instead of this shit show. And you got Mark Garagos trashing the district attorney for David. These people have something to hide and are cahoots with each other to where they throw their law degree, they throw their moralities out of the window. Something's wrong with Harvey and Mark Garagos. They're down with whatever the fuck happened with Celeste.
not a real rabbit, but a stuffed white rabbit. I don't know the significance of it. Then I see on the day that she passes, and keep this in mind. Okay. She shows me the energy of leaving her body, and it was kind of like a corkscrew like that, and she was out. I don't think she was dead. I think something happened and she lost consciousness. I'm falling forward and I bash my head in, and then I can't hear, my ears are ringing and I can't hear anything. She may have fallen, tripped or fallen or gone unconscious due to something she ingested and fallen forward and hit her head.
Wow.
But before that, because I hear the ears are ringing, like my ears hurt. Like I smashed my head and I'm like, oh my God, my ears. So the pressure in that area is a lot. Like it's a fucking lot. Yeah. Okay. So here's what happened to her from the perspective that I picked up on it energetically. And she wants to keep pointing out that you promised me. You promised me. And I'm all over the place with this because it's how the energy feels. It's so unsettled. This has happened before. She's not the first one who died this way. These people have done this before, which
yes.
makes me feel like there's about 4 of them.
And Tyler Perry down with that shit too, because he lived right next door to the house that I was in, locked in that bitch.
Immediately down the freeway, and I go to the stupid 710, if you've ever driven on it in Los Angeles. I'm going there. I'm in the traffic. Oh my God, I can't get out of this traffic. And I'm going to Long Beach, and I'm going down to the docks. So I'm going like the Long Beach freeway, but I'm going down that way, and I'm going to a cement room. So I'm going to a room where it's a warehouse, or it is a building that is brick, literally brick building, and it's cement, and I can't hear shit. I am blindfolded. I have come from somewhere else, and I've come from somewhere where I feel like it's really windy and sandy and it sounds like the beach, but I've come from there and now I'm blindfolded. I'm not scared. I don't think anything's happening. I'm not scared. And I'm walking, if I'm her, that's what I'm talking like that, if I'm her. And I'm walking through the door of a warehouse, a building, a film studio, somewhere you rent to film where nobody's around, no one cares. So it's not like a warehouse in the middle of the city. It is a warehouse at the docks. I feel like that. And there's all these cars pulling up. She can't see them because she is blindfolded, or she can't see for some reason. So she thinks she's included. I'm included. She's going into the building. I'm included. Like, this is something we're doing. It's fun. I'm included, right? She gets there. She can hear nothing. It's like white noise. And it's like you're sucked into a vacuum. Sucked into the vacuum. I walk in and I'm in a room. And they take the blindfold off and I'm shut in the room. But I can't see shit. I can't see. I mean, I can see that I'm in a room. I don't realize I'm in a room with a backlit mirror so that people can see in, but I can't see them. And then when I look on the outside of the mirror, I see all kinds of people. People holding napkins like for hors d'oeuvres. People in nice clothes. I see a celebrity there that I recognize. She's very tall. She's very famous. She's getting older. I see her there. I see other people. This actress shouldn't be connected to this singer. Like, it doesn't make sense to me why they're...
I'm telling you, it's a fucking cult. Oh, they're not. Why you ain't make it in Hollywood? I don't want to be in a cult. Can't nobody control me. Can't nobody tell me what to do. I just want to make art and I just want to be happy. That's it. And make my money, make my own money, and not be stolen from and finger fucked. It's a cult. All of these people know each other. You think Halle Berry and these washed up actors would still be relevant today if there wasn't some other cult antics going on? Like, are you crazy? These are people that live in alternative universes and blame it on Kabbalah practices and guide themselves through what Salome Bella is saying to. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's very fucking weird in Hollywood, man. Some motherfucker come up to you and say, "Oh, did you see the moon? Did you see the moon wane tonight?" and they be a part of the code. It be motherfuckers that look homeless that organize them too, and got all the celebrities. I'm like, how the hell do you know this person? What do y'all got in common? You just is not so special that this person will come and hang out with you and be regular and talk. What else do y'all got going on? So you can live in Hollywood, but if you ain't tap on that magic wand, you are not in Hollywood.
Or in the same circles. Or, I mean, maybe, but not really. I see her,
Like,
I see...
yeah, it feels like they ate her insides. A little girl going to, and the celebrities eating human beings and shit. Who was that? Was it Kristen Haggett, John Singleton's? Not John Singleton, but y'all know who I'm talking about. Say room for John Legend wife. That bitch said eat human body parts and stuff. Like, man.
People, this actress shouldn't be connected to this singer. Like, it doesn't make sense to me why they're in the same circles. Or, I mean, maybe, but not really. I see her, I see other people. I see people in suits. It seems like a corporate event, but then I see people that look like the singer. They're dressed like that. I see people in jeans and t-shirts. I see younger kids walking around. I see a table with like alcohol and drinks and everybody's getting ready. And in the back, there's a movie projector. Now I know we don't use movie projectors anymore. And Celeste is showing me as she's looking around, this is what she's showing me. This is after she's passed, she's showing me this. Or the energy show.
Wait a minute, this sounds like the Hollywood Cemetery.
Showing me this. But she's showing me an outside old school drive-in movie theater.
That's the Hollywood Cemetery right there on Santa Monica.
So the cars pull up and everybody's individual in their viewing of the movie, but there's 3 huge screens. And this movie, Celeste shows me she's running over here and she's wearing a coat and her hair is free and she's running. Over here, she's crying. Over here, she's blindfolded. They're twisting her around. Over here, she's dead. So I'm watching and I'm all over the place on these screens. So she herself is somehow confused about what's going on. Like I'm all over the place. I go back in the warehouse and I look around, and when I'm looking, I see these people. They're chatting. They know each other. Not everybody knows each other. Some of them sit on a couch. It's set up for like a party of viewing, a pay-per-viewing, a pay-per-view, a pay-per-view. This is a digital party. I think that's what they're trying to tell me. I do feel people are there viewing it in person, but people with a lot of cash. The cash comes down. It's like a dog fight. It's like a fucking dog fight. The cash comes down. I immediately switch temperaments, and the dog, it's like a dog fight. So we have a planned pay-per-view dog fight. Murder going out digitally to people that sign in to the warehouse, to that warehouse, to watch it happen, because this is the clientele they're dealing with. And you promised me something about the relationship, the music, the frequency of the singer, and then we're going to do this because you fucking promised me. So the promise me part is changing now to it being said to her, you promised me that you would do this for me. Okay, but because she's showing me this, then I'm hearing it like it's being reflected back to her. Like it has to do with her for him. So I almost feel this was, okay, there's 2 components, and there is always one component, and it's financial. So if people can make a buck off your ass, they'll do that. But that's not what I'm talking about. This is twofold. It's moneyfold, and they have clientele who buy this product. They have clientele. The clientele is not disturbed in any way by what they see on the film and the cameras, these big outdoor cameras. Obviously, they're not outdoors, but I'm seeing them like drive-in movie theaters. So what that signifies to me is, you remember, well, you don't, I do, because I'm that age, but you could go to drive-in movie theaters and you could be in a car with 4 people and you guys could be eating popcorn and laughing, and the car next to you, they could be having sex, but you couldn't really see in because everybody had their own speaker in the park. And so each car that went in there, depending on what your car was and where you were hiding behind, did you have tint on your windows? Did you have a blanket over your head? Or were you like roof down and like rah, 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 let's watch the movie? Individual microphones came up, individual places to hook up, right? That's individual areas, people's own computers, pay-per-view. That's what I'm seeing. Took me a while to figure that out. Pay-per-view is what happened. So her passing has been filmed and has been marketed. And the reason it's been marketed the way that it's been marketed, and why they didn't want to find her, although placing her in her boyfriend's car is a bit really fucked up, because it wasn't him that did that.
Oh, wow.
There are 4 people involved in this. There is 1 female and 3 men. The reason that it's done like that is because it sets up the next game. Okay, so I think I've got this down. So the murder of Celeste, and they didn't get her, by the way. The murder of Celeste was and it wasn't an accident. It was a setup. But the murder of Celeste was a consciousness extraction, and they didn't get her consciousness. She crossed over.
Wow.
She is in, I would use the word a chamber, but she is in a locked in vacuum room, like a hospital on the other side, energy-wise, frequency-wise, where they are acclimating her back from the damage done to her all the way along. I definitely feel this is past life. She was lured right into this relationship. She was lured. And that's the word I'm going to use with it. She is able to observe what's going on, because I see her in the hospital-like place, and I see her watching what's going on. She definitely was watching when they found her body. So the part of her energy is able to see it, but without emotionally connecting to it until she's able to emotionally connect to it. When they found her body, this is so interesting because she would have been 15 on the 7th of September.
Right.
So her solar return was active at the time, because of course, leading up to her birthday, she would have been feeling the energy. Usually starts about a month before your birthday. So from year to year, you run the chart for the solar return. I'm sure you all know this. You run the chart and it goes back into the exact degree that it was at the time that you were born. So the energy of the new year theme, the new year birthday year for you, the person, whenever your birthday is, that theme for that year, a lot of times it can be, no theme. I mean, very little interesting happening. And other times it's like all your work, all your health, all your control and manipulation and deception and all of that, which must have been the way it was with her energy on her solar chart. I bet you she started to feel it before. And I think that they started to argue before. And I think the word, and I got it mixed up because I thought it was her saying he promised her, but I think he's saying it to her. You promised me you'd do this. You said you would do this. I think he talked her into doing something she didn't want to do. And I don't mean sex. I mean more on a ritual level. And I think she put her foot down because, again, we're coming out of a Mercury retrograde in August. We're flipping over to, eclipse season. And the eclipses are either going to be squaring her or like right on her sun and moon. So that's a strand of energy. And that can actually throw people off the planet big time. And that could even be Uranus in your chart. When the eclipses happen, I equate that with Uranian energy, and it could just like throw you over the edge. I'm trying to look and see. I pulled up my version of her chart just to see, but her Uranus was in Pisces. That's probably what was activated at 29 degrees, which is an anaretic degree, which means it's going to be activated during an eclipse. So it's either going to be squared or conjuncted, whatever. Anyhow, so I feel her solar chart literally was lit up for this, she didn't have a chance. She didn't have a chance. You cannot play in a game, video game, with people whose intellect is so different than yours and frequency is coming from an altered consciousness, and you're down here in this very thick layer of energy. So I really feel there's a huge digital footprint as to what happened. I'm jumping ahead in my head and thinking right around November 7th through to the 30th of November, there's huge developments in the case. And it looks like there's 4 people involved. I'm sure whoever hid the body in the car on purpose.
Right.
Like, I mean, I don't even understand thinking like that. So that's a deliberate thing. That's deliberate. And there's confusion around who did that. But there are 4 people involved.
Okay. So let's see what Harvey is saying. And then I'm going to look up the art director for D4D's latest videos, especially that one where he chops a body up and put it in the car. And I'm going to see who else those people work with, who paid them, what record label, what management company. I think a deep dive needs to happen in this case. Interscope Records, who was his A&R, the person who signed him and brought him to Interscope Records, who solicited him. And mind you, this is all online. And we just recently seen Salone do a video about Ashley Janae being sacrificed as a part of some type of underground cult-like cryptocurrency network. And D4D, he actually cracked into YouTube's algorithm as his own self, which is how he cracked into the music industry. So he like really cracked the code. He was never really chosen. He just hijacked it and got into it. And I suppose a part of that was simply because of this deep dive he was doing through social media, because he's not attractive at all. He's only 5'3". He's shorter than Tory Lanez. And he's weird as hell and gay as hell. That's what I have to say about him. I mean, I don't see him as this sex symbol, but to each his own, you know?
The DA is absolutely taking issue with something you said on our podcast.
And by the way, I absolutely don't believe that coroner, that forensic examiner, I don't believe that those results and outcome, such as saying that her snatch was not found with and that she wasn't pregnant, I really don't trust that particular report. That is botched and it's actually created to fit the narrative to pin this on D4D and have him to be the fall guy for it, simply because it was actually found and somebody has to go down for it, or it's just tainting the neighborhood and so forth. And Harvey right here, he lives in the Bird Streets. This is his boyfriend. Neither one of them don't go to the gym. They look like old fucking wannabe Wendy Williams. Nigga got 3 dreads hanging on for his life up there. And the rest of them on the side, you going bald. You niggas are gay and y'all been in each other for a very long time. I wouldn't be surprised if them two was right there at that party. They work for Fox Network. A lot of the executives at Fox Network actually has shares and interest in Interscope Records, which is the company that signed D4D.
You said that the LAPD essentially went rogue and decided to arrest David Thursday late afternoon because the DA wasn't taking action and that it would force the DA's hand to do something. The DA's office told us as recently as this morning, on the record, that everything the DA and LAPD did was in lockstep and that this was coordinated. To that, you say what?
I call BS on that, by the way, because the fact, if it was...
And mind you, I lost all respect for you. You had your daughter up there defending Diddy when she was pregnant. And you look gay as hell. And you, another one, just sitting down, all that estrogen pumping through your body throughout the day. Go and focus on your clients and do some actual work and stop being up here trying to catch all the attention. Go on to them goddamn back alley bathhouse saunas and shit that you go to, old ass dude.
Coordinated, and if they were going to bring a special circumstance, no bail, 3 different special circumstances charge, they would have filed a criminal complaint or they would have gotten an indictment. There's gamesmanship happening here, and you will see continue to see gamesmanship, because I'm going to make another bold prediction. They did not expect the defense to fail to waive time, meaning normally what they would have expected in the DA's office is they dump terabytes of information on the defense. The defense says, Your Honor, we don't have time to digest all of this. We need more time. We're going to waive our right to a speedy preliminary hearing. They didn't do that. The defense did. They actually made the next chess move and said, we're not waiving time. We want our speedy preliminary hearing, which pushes back on the DA.
And sir, why you so passionate about talking about a speedy preliminary hearing, you, Mark Garagos, you should know as a lawyer to where you got to sit back and let the case unfold instead of sitting here using your law credentials in the state of California to project the narrative and don't know what's happening next. It's okay to state your opinion and it's okay to talk about the facts, but you and your authority, you're throwing a monkey wrench because people was listening to you like, oh yeah, you're right. And then look, the examiner's report came out and it says that her body was cut to pieces and mutilated and it was found in D4D's trunk. What more is there to talk about? A preliminary hearing is basically a hearing in front of the judge to say that does this case has bare minimum to move forward to a trial? Yes or no? And Mark know, just like any other attorney know, these charges that he has, whether they waive it or not, like these ain't petty charges. Like you're not gonna get off with this. Like they need just an idea, a reasonable mind. The judge has the right to use his or her discretion if this case should move forward. Period, point blank. So Mark, you like, and even if he was the judge in that situation, though they say don't watch the news and TV, the judge be the main one. Look at Hannah Hancock, watched everything I said, called all kind of bag of bitches, and she took her frustration out on me. You ain't supposed to be watching that, Your Honor, but they do because they're messy. So any reasonable judge is going to let this case move forward. And so, and I will say that this video was made before this new piece of information came out, but now he has to change his entire stance, or he'd have to unfold and educate people on the preliminary injunction. So let me see.
DA, who's now going to have to call an audible and try to go to the so-called investigative grand jury, which I find to be hilarious. And they will go get an
Look how sassy he is. But
indictment because they're not going to put witnesses on in a case where
look at he just wiggling in that chair, talking, running his mouth. Like you don't know how this shit go. Like you don't know they got to be in Department 105. I think tomorrow they got to be in Department 105. Let me Google that real quick. And that's when that evidence has to be presented. Department 105. So why is you doing a preliminary? You got some shit to hide, sir.
months, you guys may remember this, 2 months after her discovery of her body, LAPD was saying we're not even sure a crime was committed. So understand everything that has happened here. This was LAPD after they received information that when they went outside of the ME's office, medical examiner's office, they then forced the DA to file this case. The idea that after 7 or 8 months of an investigation where you put...
this is what it says to me. It says that the DA's office is down with whatever really happened to this girl and a part of the cover-up if the police has to go and just do if the police say, okay, fuck all of this. If the police says that, the police, and we're told not to trust the police, and the police is a part of it all. So this is powerful people are involved, and it's quite obvious. Who else gonna wait this long not to charge this ugly ass nigga, weird ass nigga in the clues? Social media cracked this case. We been solved this case. Y'all just catching up, just like how we been solved Diddy case, and y'all catching up always, you know. So I believe Mark and Harvey, and this is not me having anything personal against these individuals, but when this first broke back in September, I said it. I said something is off with Harvey. I watched another video. He admitted he lives in the bird streets. Something is really off with Harvey. And each and every one of those videos, I done told y'all there's always deceased bodies in the Hollywood Hills near the Bird Streets coming up. They don't come up reported. You'll better know somebody. You go somewhere. Oh man, they found him dead in his car up in the Hollywood Hills in the Bird Streets. Oh man, it's bodies rolling over the side of the mountain. It happens. It's a reality. And I'm not trying to scare nobody, but that's a reality in that area. So for locals who know that and who has came to Hollywood to have their dreams fulfilled, and then you got a whole bunch of people that want to drain your energy like vampires. And don't let them find out you got that old blood, because you just gonna be a blood bag walking around. I don't care how good you look, the gooder the better. It don't matter. You want to be on TV. You're still a part of this. Come on over here. You just a blood bag. Like, we seen reports of someone coming out interviewing saying that he was Diddy's personal blood donor. Like, he kept his blood clean and Diddy would replenish with his blood. And you wonder how Magic Johnson ain't got AIDS these days. So everything is any and everything. You just have to be down with just be desperate enough to want that lifestyle. See, I never cared about that lifestyle because I didn't grow up having it. I didn't grow up having shit. Okay, that lifestyle would probably make me paranoid. I'd be like Lil Wayne in my house in the dark or some shit, you know? I just wanted the creative validity. It is my inalienable right to be creative. I don't want that lifestyle. That doesn't impress me. It don't impress me to go to this party, to do this, to meet that person. I mean, I'll talk to y'all when we working. Okay, I'll see you when we working. Okay, bye. You don't need to know nothing about me but that I'm working. And that's it. Like, I was never with that. I was never, ever fascinated by that. When I see these people, I see opportunity. And I'm finna take mine and get mine. And you're going to respect me and I'm going to respect you. And you're going to keep your hands to yourself. Dead ass. You know, so Mark Garagos, he definitely with the shit.
Witnesses in front of a grand jury. And then,
no pun intended. You know, he being that, look at his mouth right there.
All of a sudden, you're going to arrest somebody on a Thursday afternoon, knowing that under these peculiar LA County rules, you don't have to take somebody in front of a judge until Monday morning. That speaks volumes.
We don't feel sorry for him at all. We felt like he should have been arrested the day they pulled this Tesla into the parking lot. We don't understand what was so special about him, because he's just another black boy who barely made it, who really don't have no real big audience. Like, I don't know, but you know, we, as far as the black community, never cared about him. The weirdos on the internet did. The people that write suicide poems, slit their wrists, wear the big ass baggy emo trip pants with the chains and shit hanging off, care about him. That was me back in 2007, 2008. That was me. So he's nothing new to me. He's just at that age where he's weird as fuck. And y'all have used him, whoever is y'all, like Salome Bella said, 3 men and 1 girl is responsible. And I'm willing to bet you that Mark Garagos know who those people are.
Volumes, and the fact that they haven't addressed that, I think, tells you everything you need to know.
The thing that really struck me was the business about the sharp instrument. I don't know if it lands the way with you the way it does with me, but it's like the body was dismembered, put in 2 bags. So it was severely dismembered and decomposed. And you dismember a body with a sharp instrument. I mean, that's the only way of doing it. So it's just confusing to me how the coroner,
how did they find?
Well,
yeah,
it's not confusing when you put it in context. I had the exact same reaction you two did, and what that tells me, at least, is they had to deal with the fact of the cause and manner, and the only way they could do it was invent this idea that she was killed by a blunt instrument. That's the sharp instrument. I'm sorry. And they have to navigate that because that's the only way that they can come up with some kind of an explanation. There isn't any expert who's going to say beyond a medical certainty that was done as a pre-death as opposed to post-death. There's terms for that, but a cross-examination will reveal that that's not a medical certainty, and that's complete speculation.
Well, take that to trial, cause I'd be interested. But anyways, D4VD music video, dead body in trunk. Let's see, romantic homicide. And that was posted September the 7th, 2022. And they found her body September the 7th, 2025. 3 years. This was premeditated. All right, I'm trying to see who the art director is. Oh, here it is. This is what I'm looking for right here. Directed by Tommy. Okay, so Tommy Bauer, edited, VFX, directed. So these directors, Tommy Bauer, let me look him up. Because like, I don't think with everything that's happening and this story playing out, I don't think David himself was solely in control of the narrative and art direction of his music videos. So let me see, Tommy Bauer, D4VD. You see who this guy is. Basically, there's no direct confirmed link between Tommy. Who is this then? Directed by, I'm spelling it right and everything. Okay, he's a producer. 60 credits across his career. He's a producer of music, but he directed that video too. Who is Dylan? This guy has a Jewish last name, but I don't know if that means anything, so to speak, but we're definitely going to see. Okay, he's a producer. I see his IMDb right here. Let me see. Let me open his Instagram really quickly. He just directs music video. He's a cinematographer and a director. And this is what he does for a living. So I don't see him doing anything so strictly in connection, in cahoots with D4D, unless they're all a part of whatever. And that's just too conspiracy right there. Let me see who this Tommy guy is, because I couldn't really find his profile through Google, but I'm gonna search him specifically on IG. If it's something worth seeing, I promise you guys, I'll send it to you, show you. Profile. I don't know which one is it. It's quite a few. Football player. I think it's this one right here. Well, anyways, I just really want to, how about we look at this video?
Hello, my name is David, pronounced David, not D4VD. I'm from Queens, New York. I'm in Houston now. I am a gamer. I love video games. I wanted to be a professional gamer before music. That's actually what pushed me into music, was getting copyright strikes on YouTube. And I kind of just used my own music in my montages after my mom told me to, because I was crying to her about it. And now we're here. Every other song in my sister's closet with the Apple.
See, this is what I have a problem with. He's made it a specific part of his story. Every time he do an interview, he tell the story, I made music in my sister's closet, so that if it ever came out, he was just in his sister's room making music. Why would you want the public to know that? It seems like that's a family secret that you have. So why you should have just been like, I was making music and chilling. I was just making music in my house. Your house, your sister's closet is a part of your house. Why do you have to be specific about your sister's closet? That's why I say, like, based upon what he's saying, he's telling on himself. I feel like he touched his own sister, yo. Believe what you want.
like every other song in my sister's closet with the Apple earbuds and the app called BandLab on my phone, just going through instrumentals and letting them tell me what needs to be said on them, and basically just going from there. And then I write to contextualize the stories that I tell. I'm scared. It feels like you don't care.
That's singing. Huh? That's singing, y'all.
It's like you don't care. Enlighten me, my dear.
Can y'all pay me? Can somebody pay me to sing? Cause I can do this right here. Ain't shit special about him. He need that being, that devil, whoever Salone said is gonna come into him to make him feel like a star. Did you catch that handle symbol he threw up in the beginning of the video? He's so weird. Hold on 1 second. Cause I don't know if my ears are failing me, but you know, this is no auto-tune. This is no show to where he's rehearsing and, you know, got the mic and acting like he's singing, but he could be pulling. What's that nigga name that had that one song the whole time they was lip syncing on the stage? What's that nigga name? And then they called him a fraud, took all his money, took all his plaques. You know, my bad. So hell no, nigga. You scam the people. Hey. Everything about you is a scam. You hijacked into the music business with some bullshit ass. You sound like soon you're all grown up, nigga.
Why am I still here? Oh, Lord. I don't mean to be complacent with the decisions you made, but...
Oh, no, he looked like an African scammer by the way he said it. Talking about you from Queens and live in Houston. I don't believe that. Scratch your ass. Get ready, because don't drop the soap, nigga. You ain't never getting out.
Why? So Enlighten Me, My Dear is my favorite line because you can take...
What? I can't tell the difference. So y'all, like, I don't want to be no hater. Please tell me if this man can sing or not. I ain't trying to be no motherfucking hater, but this nigga, hell no, nigga. Y'all don't give me a motherfucking record deal, I know, son.
Take so many different meanings out of it, and it's an emotion in itself. Everything has a meaning behind it. I think that's what poetry is. It's like an interpretation, and another person can read the same thing and take something else out of it and find new things every time. Up. So I think that's an important part of my process, is definitely the poetry aspect of it. And all of my songs, I think, are poetry. I started writing as long as I can remember, like seeing graphic novels and Japanese manga, and like taking those stories and being like, imagine if this rhymed. In the back of my mind, you died, and I didn't even cry.
That's better, but it ain't. It just ain't hitting it for. I mean, but that does sound better. I will say that.
No, not a single tear. And I'm sick of waiting patiently for someone that won't even arrive.
Let me hear that again. You know, these niggas come up with their own style and it just sounds good, but it be dysfunction and shit. It's almost like Mary J. Blige. Her ass can't motherfucking sing, but we still give it to her. She knows she can't sing. Why you think she act like she having a seizure after every performance for the sympathy card?
One that won't even arrive. Whoa. So what inspired the hook in the back of my mind, you died, is kind of like the storytelling aspect of the
Nigga, shut the fuck up.
lyrics that came before it, in a way that it builds up to the big moment where she died in the back of my mind. Right? I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died.
Premeditated right there, sir. Oh, Lord. Throw away the key. And don't drop the soap, okay? Bend over, bubble gut them in there waiting for you last, nigga.
And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. Like, I've seen people online take different meanings and interpretations.
And that's a shame if he set up in the fall guy for all this. But see, that's what happened when you down with that coat. Niggas will do anything for fame, sell they soul to the devil, booty hole and all, and say you want to be famous forever and didn't know what that came with. You thought you had some vocal skills and the devil said, we gonna go ahead and put you on the games because you play real good and you know you got the songs and we gonna do this and you're gonna be famous forever, I promise you. You're gonna be famous forever, okay? They can go ahead and retire O.J. Simpson mugshot because he ain't got shit on what the fuck you got going on.
From that one part of the song where it's like it's their past selves that's dying. And they're not even crying about it because they're evolved, they've become better people, or have killed addictions and other different stuff like that. So I think it's very powerful in that way too.
Shut up.
In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you.
I wanted you to feel the emotion.
You know how niggas be like, and for some reason they act like this they Michael Jackson moment. So to me, it just felt like he was, I don't know if that sounded good or not. Ladies, first of all, let me tell you how you know it sounded good or not. I don't give a fuck if it's pooty tang. These hoes get wet, then it's popping, right? Is he getting y'all wet?
I wanted you to feel the emotion.
Let me go back to his Michael Jackson moment.
I hate you.
I wanted you to feel the emotion in this part of the song, not just to repeat the hook, but to say it in a different
How you want us to feel some fucking emotions, and every time you sing, you up there like the Statue of Liberty, just stuck in one spot, nigga. We don't see no breath. We don't see no, diaphragm coming up and down. Nigga, we don't even see the Adam apple. And you want us to feel emotion. We don't feel you. Never have, you weird ass motherfucker. You going down forever.
manner with the same feeling that the first part of it conveyed, which was in the back of my mind, but then you think that I'm gonna say you died, but I say I killed you. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did, it was something that I decided to do. I killed her in the back of my mind.
Oh, he got one contender, Jessica. Jessica said she wet. Okay, Jessica. Send him a kite or something, because they say he ain't got no money on his canteen. Go and start him a petition to get him out and see how quick I block you for life. Thank you.
It's really more of a figurative I killed you, especially in the back of my mind. I try to stress that in the back of my mind. That's why I say it so loud. In the back of my mind, you died. In the back of my mind, I killed you. So it's all in the mind because that's the most secure place you can be is in your mind. So if you can expel that thought from your mind, then everything else will just come together.
Yeah, of course he's talking about her. Of course. That's why he deserved to get roasted. He's the donkey of the fucking, he's the donkey of the motherfucking Gen Z, okay? This nigga is the final dumbest nigga on earth.
Puzzle pieces will just align. What inspires me, I think everyday life, a little bit of everything, stories, movies, moving cars, people. I think I'm a people watcher.
Look at him, moving cars and people. He hit that, look at him. Let me slow it down. Everything about you is a premonition. You told the devil that you wanted to be what? Famous forever. You definitely gonna be famous forever with your weird ass.
Moving cars, people. I think I'm a people.
Look at him. Told on himself. That's how the DA gonna be at the preliminary here, looking for a reason to hold him over.
Moving cars, people. I think I'm a people watcher, so I can pick up on.
Yeah, people watching and all. Yeah. You a peeping Tom is what you is. Talking about motherfucking people watching. Listen, I gotta go somewhere. I'm finna get a brief summary to catch myself up on Oh, let's look at this opening statement. Okay, y'all in here laughing and playing with these opening statements. In here, niggas is backwards, right? When a nigga in some pain, especially one of them fake ass gangsters, big booty ones who really couldn't wait to go to prison so they can get rammed off in, but sit up there and act like they don't like jail and act like they don't want to cry. Yeah, it's them class of them that'll come in court laughing because somebody done tickled them last night, or they just can't wait till they get back to their cell in child time. That's the only thing that they got to think about. Out here wasting taxpayer dollars. Motherfucker got the nerve to say not guilty when you know you're guilty than a motherfucker. And you want to go to the cracker courthouse in Florida and laugh during their opening statement? That is the opening statement, baby. That's the cover of the book. And now that judge gonna read the fuck out of you and hit that life or the death sentence.
Good afternoon. As you all will recall, my name is Nick Sonardi, and I am representing Davion Murphy, who was sitting at the council table with me in conjunction with Deborah Tomei, who is also an attorney representing Mr. Murphy, and Scotty Sonardi, who we identified as related to me but not my son, and Katie Rain, who is our investigator. And on behalf of all of us, I want to extend to you our gratitude for your service. I know it's been a difficult task. You're asked to come in, sit down, go out, come back, and everybody's questioning you. And on behalf of the five of us, I want to extend to you our thanks.
Wait, Aunt Deb, you going out to the court with your friend? Damn, you that nosy, Aunt Deb. You just can't chill here with me. You got to go down there and see for yourself. They said it was a shootout in front of the court. Damn, Aunt Deb, you nosy. I love you though, but you nosy as hell.
The court has said this over and over, but I think it's important. I know Mr.
Yeah, you might well start you a shadow.
Harmon with the state was up. I didn't time him, but I'm going to say 3 hours, giving you what he believed to be the outline of the case that allowed the state of Florida to charge these defendants with the crimes with which they're charged. Again, over and over again, what the state says or what I say is not evidence. So simply because he was up here talking that long means absolutely nothing in the form of evidence. And I would ask, you keep hearing the name Murphy, and we've identified, obviously there's a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy, and I ask you all to please make sure that you keep those names separate throughout these proceedings. The court will instruct you at the close of all the evidence that you will have to make a decision based on individual facts or lack thereof as to each, and I'm concerned for Davion that the name Murphy may be brought up and there may be some confusion as to which Murphy. So please keep that in your mind. So what are the facts of this case at the state?
Nigga, put that pen down. All I see is a little boy that was hurt. All you wanted was a home and food that night. But you had to go to the cracker school to eat their food. And ain't worried about studying, picking up no pen, no nothing. And if you did have a pen, you joked that bitch in your ear, is what it's giving me. You got the nerve to smile and laugh at these people. Oh, I got him right there. He lied right there. Yeah, that's a Brady violation. I'm going to get her. Listen, you illiterate. Look.
Online for 3 hours, and that is, we'll agree that on June 23rd, 2024, Charles Jones, known as Julio Foolio, was in fact shot and killed.
Did you see him laughing? What was so funny?
Charge these defendants with the crimes with which they're charged. Again, over and over again, what the state says or what I say is not evidence. So simply because he was up here talking that long means absolutely nothing in the form of evidence. And I would ask, you keep hearing the name Murphy, and we've identified, obviously there's a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy, and I ask you all to please make sure that you keep those names separate throughout these proceedings. The court will instruct you at the close of all the evidence that you will have to make a decision based on individual facts or lack thereof as to each, and I'm concerned for Davion that the name Murphy may be brought up and there may be some confusion as to which Murphy. So please keep that in your mind. So what are the facts of this case that the state outlined for 3 hours?
Wow,
and that is, we'll agree that on June 23rd, 2024, Charles Jones, known as Julio Foolio, was in fact shot and killed at the Home 2 Suites in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. As a result of that homicide, 5 people were originally charged: Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Alicia Andrews, and Davion Murphy. That's why we're here, okay? And what was the motive for that homicide? The state alleges that it was a gang war, and it may well have been a gang war. They went through a number of individuals over the years, all the way back to, I believe, to 2018, and I'm not going to go through them all, but I believe they talked about Spaz and Bibby and Jake Jidd and Lou Hobie and Tilly and Mr. Jones himself, who was shot, that this was the background of the gang war that was going on. So that it's absolutely clear, Mr. Davion Murphy is in no way a suspect, a defendant, or anything to do with any of those homicides and the attempted homicide on Mr. Charles Jones, okay? It has nothing to do with Davion Murphy. It has to do with the alleged gang wars between some gangs. So just make sure that that's clear. Also, the state, in its opening, went into the drill rap videos. Again, they're alleging that this is part of the motive for the death of Charles Jones, that these drill rap videos were dishing or being disrespectful to each other, and that's what caused part of the wars that apparently allegedly go back to 2018. We're talking about Spin Events and Youngin Ace, and these are some of the drill rap performers, and some of which, but again, so that we're clear, this is part of the motive, and nowhere in any of those videos, those drill videos, that Davion Murphy mentioned, a participant, name brought up, or anything. It has nothing to do with Davion Murphy, okay? And I believe we're going to find out from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office detectives, who are part of their gang enforcement unit. There's 2 or 3 of them. Each are assigned to different particular gangs. I anticipate we're going to find out that none of them had heard of or knew anything about Davion Murphy prior to the homicide of Charles Jones. All right. We'll have to listen to the detective's testimony, and I submit to you they had no knowledge of any involvement of Davion Murphy in any gangs in the Jacksonville area up until the time of the death of Charles Jones. So what is the state's evidence? What is the state's evidence, or lack of evidence, as it applies to Davion Murphy? They showed you part of a Tesla video. That's the video from the Tesla vehicle. They allege 3 individuals are the shooters, one of which they allege is Davion Murphy. But in that video, you cannot identify anybody. The videos do show somebody doing some shooting, but we can't identify who the shooters are. Okay. So what is the evidence that the state hopes to convince you beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy is somehow involved in the death of Charles Jones? There's the evidence from the Airbnb. All right, what evidence is there from the Airbnb? The state brings that up. The only time that you see Davion Murphy at the Airbnb is when he's leaving. The day
I'm done with him.
An opening statement on behalf of your client, Isaiah Chance. Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. As you all know, my name is Justin Petrides, and I, along with Christopher Bolt, Richard Watts, and Brandy Smith, represent Isaiah Chance. The state is seeking, has charged Isaiah Chance with first-degree premeditated murder. That's as serious as it gets in the state of Florida. Now there's a wait for your decision and what we do here these next few weeks. And that is precisely why the Constitution demands the highest burden in the legal system, beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, and every step of the way. Isaiah doesn't have to prove anything. I mention that again, not that you don't know that, you know that very well, not only because it's constitutional bedrock, because I want you to view this state not through Isaiah, but through what the state can prove, and more importantly, what they cannot prove. I ask you to hold the state to their very high burden, which is ruling out every reasonable doubt of every fact and element necessary to prove the allegations against Mr. Chance. That is their burden, that's what you swore to hold them to, and that's what I'm going to ask you to do. As you know, they're attempting to prove 3 things against Isaiah Chance. Him as a principal, or excuse me, 2 things. Isaiah is a principal, premeditated murder, and conspiracy to commit that murder. And to do that, they need to prove three things. That Isaiah wanted Charles Jones dead. I ask you to look for that conscious intent that he wanted Charles Jones dead. Not speculation, not inferences, the conscious intent. Make the state prove that. I believe they will be unable to do so once you've seen all the evidence. They also have to prove that he had actual knowledge of the plan, that specific plan.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a 2-day trial. That's what they like to do in Florida, a 2-day trial. In there and out of there. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then in Florida, like when they feel like these are people that have no home training, they skip the sentencing hearing. They just do it right there. They don't be like, oh, we're going to, you know, if you take a plea, they'll bring you back to be sentenced later. If you take a plea like, old girl knows she cooked and she took a plea and now she playing with the tax dollars by filing an appeal. Girl, go ahead and take that. Lay your ass down. Okay, I know your life is focused on a court date that's hopeless for you, but stop wasting taxpayer dollars. And these guys too. Everybody has a right to a fair trial, but it's like the boy who called wolf. Some people really do be innocent and don't know their rights and just sit there and just look. And don't know nothing. And it's hard to tell which one is actually the liar, the guilty one and the innocent one. So you have to conduct these trials. And it's just, these white folks get tired of niggas coming in there wasting tax dollars. That's what I see. But I guess we live in a democracy and this is what the system is for. My whole thing is like, if I get jammed up and know I didn't do some shit, bitch, you got 30 days. $250,000 bail for what? Jaywalking for denied. Oh, y'all trying to get some time out of him. That's it. Y'all bitches ain't got no case.
To kill Charles Jones that night. Again, not inferences, not speculation, not assumptions on what his behavior may or may not have meant. Yeah. I believe at the end of the evidence they will be unable to do so once you've seen it all. And lastly, that he did something, some act, some concrete step. Mr. Harmon showed you the list of what constitutes that in the principal statute. Help, assist, cause, encourage. However, I believe once you see all the evidence, any act that he's done requires you to speculate as to its meaning. And that you also speculate as to the knowledge he had when he did that act. Watch carefully through this trial. I believe when you see all the evidence, the state will be unable to prove any of those three things. And if they can't prove any of those, you would have to find Mr. Chance not guilty. Let's start with knowledge. The state's theory will be that he was part of the conspiracy, that Isaiah was part of this conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. And he traveled to Tampa knowing the purpose of that trip was to kill Charles Jones. But ask yourself, is there going to be a witness, a piece of evidence, a text message, an admission, something that proves that Isaiah knew about this plan, that he had knowledge of the plan to kill Charles Jones? I submit they will not. They will be unable to rule out, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Isaiah simply was not aware of the specific plan to kill Charles Jones. For instance, Mr. Harmon showed Isaiah Chance moving bags. Look for evidence that Isaiah knew what was in those bags, not the assumption that he must have known or he could have known or he should have known. Look for proof that anyone knew what was in those bags. Wait for a witness to testify that they could say what was in those bags and that Isaiah knew what was in those bags. I submit that will not come during the evidence. Now, in jury selection, Ms. Doherty mentioned a principal hypothetical. I believe it involved Angelina Jolie. But in that scenario, we had a nanny who was the principal, and we had a boyfriend who did a physical act of kidnapping the children in this case. But we were privy in that scenario to the conversation between the nanny, the principal, and the person who committed it. So there was no confusion about whether or not she had knowledge of this crime they were going to commit. That is not...
Like, they're telling us something that we know, and pretty much someone already summarized it. They're blaming it on each other, but let's just get to the actual facts of the case, not the defense and the theories, because if these credited attorneys who know these defendants, who have talked to these defendants, who know the public record, they're doing a great job practicing their craft, and that's the only thing that they can do right here. And that's what lawyers are meant to do. So, you know, this guy is a public defender, so he's going to take this case. And honestly, it's just the show. It's just a performance for him to perform the facts and do the best that he can do for his client. So, shout out to the public defender's office. They like to play charades with people, but they can't do that to me.
Specifically,
these are the facts.
About June 23rd of 2024 in the early morning hours, were you working on that shift?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Where were you assigned approximately around 4 a.m.?
Roughly, we were at the Truth Lounge, which would have been about 48th and Bush Boulevard.
And when you say Truth Lounge, is that Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am.
And what jurisdiction or what county is Truth 18 located in?
It's in Hillsborough County and the city limits of Tampa.
At some point when you were stationed at Truth 18, did you receive a call regarding a hotel, Home to Suites, and the Holiday Inn located on McKinley?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Approximately what time did you receive that phone call?
I believe it was about 4:40 in the morning.
And based on that phone call, what did you do?
They told us that there was basically someone shot.
You'll see the next set of videos coming from the following day, after these conspirators have gone back there and got some rest, and now they're preparing to leave to go back to Jacksonville, mission accomplished. And this is when you will see them getting sloppy. You will see Mr. Chance appear on this video, you will see Mr. Davion Murphy appear on the video, and you'll see Mr. Gathright appearing on the video. This is when they first arrive on Saturday. This is the next day. The neighbor next to them is apparently moving in the unit next to them. That has nothing to do with them. Mr. Chance, and you can see over his shoulder right there, that is an Uber driver that has shown up to take Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews and Rashad Murphy back to Jacksonville. They travel back in an Uber. You'll hear testimony from the Uber driver that he picked up 3 people and drove them to Jacksonville, dropping them back at Sean Gathwright's residence. Here goes Davion Murphy coming from the other side, from the back side. There's Mr. Davion Murphy. There's Mr. Gathright walking out with bags. Mr. Chance just before leaving, and Mr. Gathright. Getting the code from Mr. Chance to get back in. Now, you'll see Mr. Gathright go to the side. He'll leave in the Impala by himself. Davion Murphy drives the Chevy Cruze back to Jacksonville. So, all of them go back to Jacksonville except Sean Gathright. Mr. Gathright, again, picked up on a license plate reader, this time, well, this is the other one we looked at earlier where he's coming. But you can see now he's being picked up on the 23rd at 4:13 hours, eastbound I-4. He is going out I-4 to the east. And then you see below that, at 4:25 hours, southbound Florida 595 and C. Fred Jones Parkway in Polk County. He is traveling to his grandmother's house in Auburndale at Opal Avenue, Auburndale. Here is Mr. Gathright. He has parked the Chevy Impala and he's walking inside. You will also see him come out of the garage through another camera. He will start wiping down. This has been accelerated. He's wiping the car down. And he ends up switching cars with his grandmother, leaving the Impala there in Auburndale and taking a Toyota 4Runner. He drives the 4Runner to Orlando and then back to Jacksonville. But first he wipes down the Impala. There's the 4Runner. The Impala is now inside the garage. He says goodbye to his grandmother. Everything's accelerated here, trying to save some time.
That's crazy.
He travels to Orlando, and again, you see some cell phone mapping occurring down there in the low left corner. I'm going to talk to you again about that in a few minutes. I'm going to go through that with you. But you can see Lake Eola, which is in downtown Orlando, and that first white box in the middle of the screen. Just below that, you see Church Street. He's being picked up. His phone he is at Parlay nightclub in Orlando, and he takes this picture of Don Julio and posts it. You'll also see some other images from that evening. He is there with other people and appears to be celebrating. This would be the night of the actual murder, and then it goes into the early morning hours of the 24th. You can see in that photograph,
guilty.
Again, just going back to show Mr. Chance and his girlfriend going out with their bags to the Infinity, which is an Uber driver. This is the Uber There's the receipt from Uber in the middle. It's $187, a 208-mile ride from Gazebo Pond back to Chipperfield Lane in Jacksonville.
That's it?
To Mr. Gathrite's address. Gives the route. Uber driver will tell you he picked up 3 people and dropped them off at the address, which is Mr. Gathrite's house.
I wouldn't have took that ride. Are you crazy as fuck, nigga? I'd have said, bitch, I'm local. I ain't regional. Fuck wrong with you?
This is them arriving again.
For $187, bro. Well, that is Florida, but gas is expensive there too. Shit, $187, that'll get you from fucking Woodland Hills to Long Beach.
And back at the place that it all started, at Mr. Gathrite's house. Now, that's Miss Andrews by Mr. Chance's BMW. And you see Rashad Murphy in the light-colored jeans, holding the bag in his left hand with a beret or some kind of a cap on, opening the back door, putting a bag in it. You can see the Uber driver moving around on the
Man, I bet you that Uber driver is in on the nigga drive for Uber. He was down there already. He the real getaway car. Oh yeah, I work for Uber. Let me see.
left side of the vehicle, and on the right-hand side is Mr. Chance. Again, even the ghost, Mr. Murphy, got sloppy here. It was picked up on this video. Mr. Murphy wearing jeans that are consistent with him, what he was wearing 2 days later, when the silver Chevy Cruze was
nasty, dirty. Then did all of that to hit a lick. Got you a bottle done. Julio bought you a brand new pair of Versace underwear that you wore for 3 days. Or the pants that you wore for 3 days. It's so big by the ass. Nigga, why you got old pants like that with the holes and shit in the like you Hollister fresh? Cheap ass nigga got on them same $70 jeans.
Was stopped in Gwinnett County, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, where Mr. Rashad Murphy had fled.
He wore them same clothes 3 days in a row, yo. Same exact clothes.
Mr. Gathright.
Damn.
Mr. Gathright ends up on that same date, June 26th. He's back in Jacksonville. He gets pulled over for a traffic infraction. Officers speak with him.
They really track
They end up getting him out of his car. They end up searching the 4Runner. And they find, among other items, these items.
Damn.
Now, the Max Tech ammunition, there are 2 boxes full of 9mm Max Tech, which is a brand of 9mm ammunition suitable for being fired in a 9mm Glock. Max Tech is the same exact type of ammunition that was fired in this murder. There were 31 shell casings found in the crime scene, 9mm shell casings. They were all Max Tech brand shell casings. So that ammunition is found in his car.
All I can hear, beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, God damn.
Incidentally,
dumb as hell, nigga.
I mentioned earlier to you that these conspirators modified their weapons. And it wasn't just the Glock handgun that was modified to be fully automatic. When officers first arrived at the crime scene, at the murder scene,
It's that jealousy, bro.
and began their investigation, they responded to the north end where the Dodge Charger had come to rest with Mr. Jones' body in it. Mr. Jones was laying across the center console during this attack. He had turned, a bullet grazed through his right arm, it slammed into his chest, it ripped through his heart, and ripped through his aorta, which is the largest artery in the human body.
Damn.
As he continued to turn and try to go into the back seat over the center console, 2 other rounds hit him in the lower back. Those would go through his liver. By the time they reached the northern parking lot, Mr. Norris will tell you that Mr. Jones appeared to be dead. Officers who arrived there, after hearing all the 911 calls, they go to where the Charger is up by the Holiday Inn. And like I told you earlier, the officers follow the massive blood trail left by Mr. Edwards and left by Mr. Norris as they fled into the Holiday Inn. Mr. Norris will tell you they ran because they didn't know where these shooters were. They thought they could still be around, so they ran directly into the nearest building, which was the Holiday Inn. They even got on the elevator, leaving this blood trail. You'll even see where they were grabbing a hold of doors, trying to knock on doors and open doors to get help. You'll see their blood on the door handles. They go up and just get off at the 3rd floor, leaving a blood trail. Officers arrive. They really don't know what they're dealing with at that point. They have all these 911 calls. They find this bullet-riddled Dodge Charger. They see the blood trail. They don't know if that's victims or shooters. Officers go in there. They think they're going to be confronting shooters, or at least they have to act that way. So they go into the hotel. They follow the blood trail. They go up to the 3rd floor, where they find Xavier Edwards and Mr. Norris laying on the ground with their wounds, and they start rendering aid. Other officers arrive and begin their investigation. They start getting reports that there is a lot of damage to the south end of the home to suites in that portico. So a uniformed officer goes down there, and he's looking at the damage, and he's seeing all these 9mm shell casings laying there. But what he's not seeing are rifle shell casings. And you saw in those videos, and you will see in this evidence, there was a lot of rifle fire. 2 rifles firing at a high cyclical rate. There's not one rifle shell casing in that scene. And that's because these conspirators modified their weapons. They modified those AR-15 rifles by putting what are called brass catchers on the rifles. That is, it's a mesh type device that has a little metal wire frame, and it fits onto above the ejection port of the rifle, and it catches. It catches the shell casings as they're being ejected, so that there's no evidence left. And that's why there were no rifle casings in that scene. I want to talk real quick before I move forward into Mr. Gathwright's stop there in Jacksonville about the attack that you've all seen now on video and have described to you. This evidence in this case will clearly show you that this was a collective orchestration of a collective intent, an intent based on malice and hatred. These shooters struck with suddenness and speed and overwhelming firepower. They brought not 2, but 3 shooters, 2 high-powered rifles, and a fully automatic handgun into a concentrated area, easily and rapidly establishing not fire superiority, but fire supremacy over the victim and his friends. Firing with absolute, you saw in that video, the evidence will show impunity, absolute disregard for anyone that may have been in the vicinity that they were firing in. The majority of the fire funneled directly into that Dodge Charger. But make no mistake about it, every single round that was fired that night, every one of them was dripping with the combined hatred and malice of all 4 of these defendants. All 4 of them.
Cold, boy.
You saw how they took advantage of this ambush, and you saw their determination. How when Mr. Edwards attempted to flee, they followed him with their rifles, shooting at that car as it was fleeing up the northbound. They were not going to stop until they were sure he was dead. Firing again without regard for human life. This ambush spot was really a perfect ambush spot. Mr. Jones was sitting, as I talked about earlier, in his car. That caged him in a way in and of itself. To his left was the employee's car. Behind him was the Hyundai, his girlfriend's car. He had nowhere to go, because to the right of him were the walls of the hotel. A hotel. And on the other side of the walls of that hotel was concentrated, dense humanity. The hotel was packed. It was full of human beings, of people. Mr. Jones and his friends were turned away. Their room had been given away. The hotel was full of people, parents with their children there to attend orientation at USF, parents with their children, and other people here in Tampa, sightseeing. That hotel's located right up the road from Busch Gardens and the Yuengling Brewery. They were here. All of those people in that car, in that hotel, none of that affected these shooters. They shot with impunity and with disregard for anyone in the area. And you'll hear those rifle rounds that were being shot by Mr. Davion Murphy.
Boy, I would listen. See, Boy, that man writing a story better than D4D.
And by Mr. Gathright as they pursued the charge.
Bro, this man is superb, confident, flawless, articulate, poised, tens.
Up the northwest side of the hotel. There are impacts up and down that western side of that hotel, several of which went through windows, several of which coursed through hotel rooms above sleeping guests, sleeping in their beds. You will hear from one guest who will tell you she was there with her husband and her daughter's boyfriend. Her daughter's boyfriend, they were awake and grabbed her, bringing her to the ground to try to protect her. These conspirators had no cause for concern. There was mass confusion caused by the surprise and this firepower. You saw the fleeing cars, the Hyundai and the Altima, crashing into each other and going in different directions. They didn't know what had hit them. Camilla Bentley gets shot in the arm, chiefly southbound on McKinley. She goes to Advent, well, she drives a distance away, and then she goes back and picks up Tafa and Aaliyah Albright and her friends. And then they go to Advent Health where she's treated. Amani Turner, the victim's girlfriend, they're not from Tampa. They don't know where they are.
Right.
She just gets out of there and goes south on McKinley. Somehow, she ends up going eastbound on Fowler, away from the hotel, and comes upon a USF Police Department traffic stop. They get out of the car, her and Mr. Howard, they make contact with the police, who can barely understand them because they're so frantic. They get back in their car, and they take off. The police try to follow them, but they are going so fast that it's hard for them to keep up. Miss Turner comes into, again, coming back to the west, the intersection of McKinley and Fowler. Instead of turning left and going south and going in the entrance that the conspirators took and Mr. Jones and them had taken initially, she just goes straight into the landscape. She goes over the curb, over the grass, over the bushes, into the parking lot, and ends up by the Dodge Charger in the north end of the parking lot. A TPD officer responding sees her doing that and follows her, not knowing what her involvement is. Mass confusion, but not confusion to these four conspirators, because they simply slip away into the darkness of this confusion. They slip away and go back to their Airbnb where they hole up until they go back to Jacksonville. During this attack, I talked about there being fire supremacy, but I want you all to be assured in this evidence, there was not one round, not a one that went anywhere other than towards Charles Jones and his friends. There wasn't one round, not even one, that was fired back in defense, because there was no defense to this planned attack. As I said earlier, they laid down a solid wall of lead. Without a single round of resistance, the evidence will show nothing, zero. And they completely and utterly leveraged surprise, speed, and violence of action. Surprise, speed, and violence of action. They surprised Mr. Jones by their coordinated efforts, completely catching him off guard. He sat in the front seat of his car as helpless as a child, defenseless, completely at their mercy, and they showed none. They then acted with speed to maintain the advantage that they had gained.
There's been an objection. So I'm just going to, Mr. Harmon, again, this is just opening statement as far as what the state believes the evidence will show.
They went to their firing positions rapidly, using speed in this attack, maintaining the advantage that they had gained through the surprise of this ambush. Violence of action. They brought overwhelming firepower. As I said, not one high-powered rifle, but two. Not a single shooter, three shooters, triangulating their fire. One, Davion Murphy, acting as a backup shooter, as a hedge against flight, which worked like a charm in this case because Mr. Edwards drove right in to that vortex of fire. These conspirators were taking no chances. Not this time. Charles Jones would not escape this attack.
That is crazy. And so the girl, her case is on appeal, I'm hearing, and for manslaughter, so she can delay the sentencing, but she definitely going down. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of whole bunch of games being played. They had a long opening statement. So
Police court, counsels. It was his birthday. He was here with one common agreed upon goal: death, murder, and violence. A conspiracy that began days before, hundreds of miles away from Tampa. A conspiracy that would...
The video. Oh, they playing Young and Ace video. Why they ain't got him for a Rico? If they playing his videos and he's affiliated with these guys.
Stand in. In addition to the drill rap, they would post photos on social media making fun of the opposing gang's casualties. I'm going to walk you through a couple of videos that you will see in the state's evidence. This video is a combination 1200 ATK video. The major performer is an individual named Kenyatta Bullard, also known as Youngin Ace or Ace. Spinabins is one of the performers who is a well-known drill rap gang member in Jacksonville, and Wappa with the Choppa is another. You can see in this photograph in the background, Youngin Ace in the yellow. Kenyatta Bullard, aka Youngin Ace. And you can see his ATK chain around his neck. In this video, you will see these performers at times during the video pointing up in the air, and you will see the names of people appearing on the screen. Those are casualties from 6 Block. Wow. Those are people who were murdered on the opposite side. And you will hear them talking about them in this drill rap.
Oh yeah, they finna hit this nigga with a, they definitely finna hit this nigga with a Rico. Ooh, I smoke.
So,
yeah.
We see here the title to the drill rap song, Spinabins, Wappa with the Choppa, Young and Ace, and Fast Money Goon are all...
These motherfuckers sociopaths out this bitch selling y'all kids that shit, and they be really about that. Like David, Young and Ace. Damn, that's crazy, man.
Participants in this video. And this is them pointing Tiki being an opposing gang member who was murdered. Judge, I need some technical assistance. Sure. That's okay.
Look at that. That ain't even how you play. And I guess we're looking for the names. I just see the credited artists. They playing that shit in court, bro. That's crazy. And they speeded it up on purpose to make this nigga look like a crackhead. Or is that me? They look crazy. Look untamed. No home training. That's how they look. I mean, if I'm there and I know what's going on, and I ain't no white people, and I got an audience that love me and stuff, yeah. But that gotta be like an act. This is who they are. I can act like that. That's not who the fuck I am. Like how I act online, that's not who the fuck I am. I just know how to entertain the people, right? So it looks weird in court because they just don't understand. It's not your target audience, their target demographic. Especially they end up on your docket. Like Hannah Hancock. So, all right, cool. They keep it up. My bad.
That is just a still. Rap name was Julio.
I think the person recording it like bloated out the song.
That is just a still from that video, and that's talking about both Charles Jones and his gang, 6 Block. Charles Jones, also known as Julio Foolio, also known as Folio, Mr. 6, or just 6. Like Kenyatta Bullard, the person in the last 2 videos that was the lead rapper, who is the public face of ATK, Mr. Jones, the evidence will show, was the public face of 6 Block. He was the main person in that gang, the main spokesperson, and he was also a celebrity with tens of millions of followers on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify. This is a drill rap song that Mr. Jones did a couple of years before his murder. He will talk about several people that are opposing gang casualties. You will see a poster that he is holding and walking around that has 3 photographs on it, 3 young men that were all murdered in a shooting that involved Kenyatta Bullard, Young and Ace, who was the only survivor of that shooting.
Why did they mute?
Forth this is back and forth, and it is this animosity and hatred between these gangs that drove the conspiracy in this case, that caused these 4 defendants to confederate and to conspire, in this case, to engage in this coordinated, planned, murderous attack. Right. Another thing about that last video by Mr. Jones, he talked about on the east side, the west side. These terms 6 Block and 1200 refer to areas of Jacksonville. This is a territorial gang war, and these gangs are in certain areas and have control over certain areas of Jacksonville. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, you will hear in this evidence, has committed resources to a gang unit, and it's staffed by several gang detectives who get training and education in how to investigate gangs, how to maintain information and intelligence on those gangs. One of the things they do is they monitor that. They monitor their social media. And you will hear testimony from some of these gang detectives in this case. These detectives, each of them specializing in specific gangs to give full commitment by the Sheriff's Office to this gang war and the violence that's occurring in the streets of Jacksonville and Duval County.
I don't know how anybody in their right mind cannot be watching this and learning from it. Like, don't do it. It's stupid. You're going to be in the same situation, in the same crack, going to say the same story about so many black men. Why you think he's so confident and cocky with it? He's had plenty of practice prosecuting black men with these same similar set of facts. All he had to do was dive deep into all the discovery that they had, and that's just it. And he's performing his ass off because so many black people in Tampa, in Jacksonville, come down here with that bullshit. And now you in Tampa, costing them they city taxes and city officials and public officials. You know they on the phone gossiping with all the other people in Jacksonville about how dumb y'all niggas is and how y'all finna get the electric chair. And they probably got underhand bets on y'all niggas.
Charles Jones belonged to and was affiliated to the wrong group. He was their spokesperson. You will find in the evidence in this case that these defendants, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, are 1,200 gang members. You will also hear that Isaiah Chance is an ATK gang member affiliated closely with 1,200. Now, you're not going to hear...
Yeah, hey, what's up, Mike? Shout out to you for coming. Milk Honey CEO. That sounds like bedroom candy or some shit. Anyways, shout out to you for coming through. Yeah, I talk about various topics. That was earlier when we talked about D4VD and Celeste. And it was quite interesting. It's just so denied. And I also decided to talk about Julio Foolio case in the same video. Thank you for being here. If you want to listen to that, you can go ahead and hit rewind or just, wait till I end the video or upload it separately or whatever. But yeah, we already talked about that. It was definitely a great discussion.
Evidence that Mr. Gathright is a gang member, and we haven't charged anything in our indictment about that, but you're going to hear he is associating with all of these gang members and was a fully committed participant in this murder. But these gangs, they despise and abhor each other, the evidence will show. So I want to talk to you about the murder itself. So you heard mention in the dead op, or the Folio Dead drill rap video by Spinabins and Wappa with the Chapa, the one that started with the blue screen. What you're looking at on the upper part of that screen, you can see Embassy Suites, USF, you can see the USF Research Park. That's Fowler, and that is the main entrance to the University of South Florida's campus. This is all just to the east of Bruce B. Downs, right? To the lower part, you have an extension of 40th Street, which becomes McKinley. And right there in the corner, you heard them mentioning Holiday Inn, which is running horizontal. Next to it is a vertical building. That is the home to suites. And it is on the very south end, or the bottom of the photograph, on that vertical building, there is a portico there, an entrance to that hotel. That is where the shooting in this case occurs. Now, in this photograph, you can see on the far left, there is a La Quinta Inn. That becomes relevant in the state's case because one of these high-powered rifle rounds went all the way across and went through and into a room, and there was recovered projectiles. This is more of a close-up. Now, on the bottom of the photograph, you can see, to the bottom right, you can see an entrance into the Home to Suites parking lot from McKinley. And you can see right at the bottom of the building a square offset. That is the roof of the portico, the entrance to the hotel. Just a more close-up photograph. So I want to walk through several videos with you that were recovered in the investigation by the Tampa Police Department here in Tampa that show what's occurring. Unfortunately, my laser pointer is not, well, maybe it will. It actually is working a little bit. Okay, usually LED screens will absorb the laser. So you're going to see here, you're going to see the Dodge Charger, Mr. Jones' Dodge Charger, pulling into the portico. And you can see up here, that's a few minutes off. It's actually around 4:34, 4:35 a.m. in the morning. It's June 23rd of 2024. But he's pulling into that portico, having just turned off southbound McKinley. You can see here, this is a Hyundai that'll go down, turn around, and come up behind him. That's being driven by Armani, who is his, Armani Turner, excuse me, who is his girlfriend.
But yes,
I can't see the laser.
Yeah.
It doesn't work great on the LED screen.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So,
You're describing it again.
Yeah, I thought that might happen, Your Honor, with the jurors in the back.
that's fine.
row.
So just, Mr. Harmer will try to be as descriptive as he can, okay?
Yeah. So if you're looking at the car with the tail lights lit up, that's the Hyundai on the top of the screen. That's outside of the portico. It's going to continue in the direction it's pointing. It'll do a U-turn, a sharp U-turn, and pull in right behind Charles Jones' Dodge Charger. Mr. Jones is in the front passenger seat. The car is being driven by...
You know what's so crazy? If they did not do this at the Holiday Inn, they probably would have got away with it. If they would have did it someplace else with no cameras, because I mean that's ground zero. Then they started building it and backtracking and using surveillance and stuff. None of this would be applicable if they never seen these people do anything. Like even a guy taking a car to his grandmother's house and dropping it off, acting like everything is normal. Like that shit is crazy. You just caught a body and you just, oh, well, another day, I'm moving on. It's like, these niggas is gone, bro. And then on top of that, these niggas was sober. They was fucking sober.
His friend Xavier Edwards. The car that is sitting there already in the portico belongs to an employee. That's unrelated to the case. And this steaming coming off there, that's coming from the building. It has nothing to do with the cars. You're going to see Mr. Jones. He's wearing a red knit cap. He's wearing a white t-shirt. You will see him exit the Charger and walk into the hotel. So what happens is, while they were out that night, he had made a reservation, but because they arrived so late, it was given away. In this video, you'll see him return. In some instances, the video is being accelerated slightly, like right now. There's a car pulling in to the parking lot and going northbound. That becomes very relevant, and I'll explain that in a few minutes. This car, a Nissan Altima, is being driven by two of Mr. Jones' friends. They had gone around to the other side of the hotel and were just coming back. You're going to see an individual named Taifa McCrae and Miss Albritton, who is dressed in a all-pink suit, who are friends of Mr. Jones. They exit and they go into the hotel to use the restroom, and they're actually inside the lobby when the shooting occurs. When Taifa got out of the front seat of the Altima, another young lady, Camilla Bentley, slid in behind him in the front seat. Now you're going to see another car come by. This is a small silver Chevy Cruze. This, you will find in the evidence, is the surveillance tracker vehicle that was utilized by these conspirators, by these defendants, to follow, to track, and stalk Mr. Jones and his friends, giving real-time, by communications, by phone, real-time location data and information about where he would be. This car passes by, being driven by defendant Isaiah Chance, his girlfriend. You saw her earlier. Miss Andrews is in the front passenger seat. The assault team is already present on the west side of the hotel. That was the car that had pulled in earlier and went northbound and did not pass the portico. This is a mounted camera, by the way, folks, on the hotel that's facing east-southeast. If you look in the upper right part of the screen by the two palm trees, you're going to see, right before the shooting happens, a masked individual's face pop out. The evidence in this case will show that is defendant Rashad Murphy. He is the Glock shooter. This is the beginning of the, well, actually it's not. First we're going to see the Chevy Cruze come by. And then the Chevy Cruze will do a three-point turn. You'll see that in other video evidence shortly, and it turns around and goes back out. And now it's exiting. Mr. Chance drives right past the victim and exits the parking lot of the hotel literally within seconds of the murder occurring and starting. You will see him exiting to the right, going southbound on McKinley. The evidence will show that he goes down, he does a U-turn and comes back north on McKinley and passes the hotel just before the shooting begins. There's the shooter. Xavier Edwards tries to escape from the shooting. You can see the other two cars, one being driven by Camilla Bentley, who's going forward, the other one being driven by Armani Turner, who's going backwards. In their haste to flee from the shooting, they actually collide with each other, and they both end up going southbound on McKinley. They go different directions. Now, this is what I was talking about, where by the palm trees you will see a head pop out right before the full appearance of the shooters. That is Rashad Murphy. You will see another shooter run over to that tree just to the center of the video screen.
They had a lot of this during the preliminary. Let's see. Oh, this finna get to good shit.
Just to the right of that Lexus SUV. The evidence will show in this case that that is defendant Gathright.
Damn, that's crazy.
On the top of the screen, you see a Mercedes SUV and a yellow car, and you see an individual moving around. The evidence will show that is the defendant, Davion Murphy, who is firing. And you can see in this evidence that Mr. Edwards attempts desperately to flee from these shooters, but what he actually does is he drives directly into a crossfire, a vortex, if you will, of high-powered rifle fire. The car flees down the west side of the hotel, heading north.
Man, that's crazy.
Now, just around the corner, wrapping around to the west side of the hotel, the attack team parks the car, they get out and move into position coming around to that corner. As they move through there, they pass a Tesla. This is a video from a Tesla. There are multiple screens and videos you will see.
So if they can get video off of somebody's Tesla that's completely unrelated to the crime, has nothing to do with anything, ping it, whatever, you mean to tell me they can't get the information off of D4D's Tesla? Who was moving the car, who was driving it? Like, Tesla got all of that information, yo.
See from this Tesla, which was in sentry mode, activated and recorded. Officers met with the owner the next morning, who showed them this video on the screen inside of the Tesla, and they were able to collect this video. In this instance, you can see to the far right, you can see a charging station with cables hanging off of it. You will see in the grass area by the charging station, you will see Davion Murphy running by, holding a rifle, wearing all black with an orange ski mask. And he's heading up to that area by that yellow Bronco and the Mercedes SUV, where he later pops out. Now, in a minute, you're going to see Xavier Edwards accelerating that Dodge Charger around the corner. You'll see its headlights sweep across those, I believe, probably cypress trees right there. There comes the headlights. He is now fleeing up the northwest side of the Home to Suites. You're going to see Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, unload with that rifle down the west side of that hotel. Mr. Jones' Charger, after being impounded and transported to the Tampa Police Department, impound lot, all of those yellow marks, other than the ones on the hinges, are going to be impacts. So you see Ms. Turner, Mr. Jones' girlfriend in the upper left. She was in the Hyundai. Ms. Randolph, her friend, was in the Hyundai. And Robert Howard, who is a friend of Charles Jones, was in the Hyundai with those women, sitting directly behind the Dodge Charger. You see Tafa McCrae and Aaliyah Albritton, the woman who was in the pink outfit, who were in the Nissan Altima. Xavier Edwards was wounded. He was shot in his right arm. He had a grazing wound to his head, shot in the shoulder. This is him at the hospital being treated. Sustained multiple gunshot wounds. And you can see lacerations from glass or projectiles to his left hand. Damn. He is one of the victims of one of the attempted murder counts charged against Davion and Rashad Murphy and against Sean Gathright. Gino Norris. Mr. Norris is a longtime friend of Charles Jones, going back several years into their youth. He was in the back seat of the Charger. He had come with Mr. Edwards, and Mr. Jones had traveled here from Jacksonville to celebrate the birthday. When they arrived here, it was on Friday night, and they stayed at an Airbnb in Pinellas County. The next day, they stayed at an Airbnb in Pasco County and Holiday. And I'm going to show you here shortly where Mr. Jones was posting on his Instagram account that he would be here in Tampa. He actually appeared in a couple of clubs and put up advertisements for those appearances. But he was asking people if they, advertising that he was having a pool party, his birthday party that Saturday of this weekend. That would have been the 22nd of June, 2024, at the Airbnb. And you'll see in the Instagram post, he was advising people that follow him, send me a DM and I'll send you the address. So they actually did, and a lot of people showed up at that Airbnb in Holiday. And eventually, because of the crowds, the owner of the Airbnb shut it down and kicked them all out. And that's why they were trying to find lodging at the Home to Suites later that night after Mr. Jones had made these appearances, which we'll discuss in a minute. But Mr. Norris had traveled here with his friend Charles Jones and with Mr. Edwards. He was in the back seat. Mr. Jones was shot in the right arm. He is also one of the victims of the 3 attempted murder counts against the shooters in this case. Now, when Mr. Edwards and Mr. Gino Norris, when that Charger came to a stop finally, they quickly realized that Charles Jones was gone. He died very fast. They bailed out of the Dodge Charger. They were both shot. Mr. Norris will tell you he had been asleep and had been woke up by the crashing of the Dodge Charger. You will see that as it went up the northwest side of the hotel, there was a curb and a grass area where there's a dumpster. It went right over the curb, right through that grassy area and into a north area where there's another parking lot before it finally stopped, bullet riddled and steaming. Mr. Edwards, Mr. Norris bail out of the car and they run from these shooters because they don't know where they are. They run into a Holiday Inn and they leave a massive blood trail that leads into that Holiday Inn, which police would later follow when they arrive because of the multiple 911 calls being generated from all of the noise of the gunfire. Now, Camilla Bentley, I told you, had slid into the driver's seat. You can see these impacts from gunfire to the rear window of the Altima. That rear window would have been closest to the shooters. Miss Bentley was also wounded. She is our 4th victim. This is her in the hospital being treated for a bullet grazing wound to her right upper arm. Now, going back, I told you I would show you, and you will see in the evidence, Mr. Jones' Instagram account, and you can see the name Julio Foolio. That's his celebrity name, his rap name, and his street name. He is advertising that he is going to be appearing at Teasers. You see that in the middle of the advertisement on Nebraska Avenue, 9700 North Nebraska Avenue. He is going to be appearing on June 22nd. So for his birthday, you can see B-Day in the middle there. He is advertising, and then you also can see Mr. Howard there in the yellow. He was one of the individuals in the Hyundai. He's advertising his whereabouts on June 22nd, where he is going to be. This is another advertisement. D-Day Bash for Julio Foolio at Teasers, June 22nd, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. And you can see in the lower left on your screens where he is saying my Airbnb pool party, June 21st, that was the Friday night one, and my official birthday party, June 22nd, Club Teasers. He gives the club address, so he's giving his location where he's going to be. Now, this is a message sent to a phone that Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, was utilizing. On June 22nd, he receives this confirmation concerning, and I'm going to come back to this later, and I'll let you look at it in a little more detail, but it's concerning the booking of an Airbnb in Tampa on June 22nd. This is being sent in the early morning hours of the 22nd, and the owner is telling him that the HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID through the Airbnb message portal. Mr. Murphy obliges, and in the phone that he was utilizing, he sends his photograph back to the Airbnb owner. Now, this is a Vivint or Vivint camera mounted at the residence of Sean Gathright. This is June 22nd, Saturday, in the middle of the day. This is the beginning of that day for these conspirators. You're going to see Mr. Gathright and Mr. Chance loading a Chevy Impala that is being driven by Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathright. It is registered to his mother, but it is the car that he drives and operates. And it is the car that transports the shooters, the assault team of which he is part of in this case. You're going to see them loading it with book bags, but you're also going to see them loading it with rolling duffel bags, long bags that appear to have weight to them. That's Mr. Gathright, Mr. Chance. You will see in the evidence that they are friends. That is the Impala, the black car.
It's not that different? Yeah.
We're talking about how they're going to load the heaviest bags into the trunk first. The BMW on the top part of the screen belongs to Mr. Chance. He would later go and retrieve his girlfriend, Miss Andrews, and bring her back to this residence.
And most of them bags full of bullets and guns, bro. That's crazy.
And that's at Jacksonville. Now, at some point that afternoon before they leave, Mr. Chance brings his contribution to the assault team. This is going to be in slow-mo, but you're going to see a Glock handgun with an extended magazine. You see his finger resting down the side of the slide. He tucks the gun into his waistband as he walks back into Mr. Gathrigh's residence. Notably, he knows the combination of Mr. Gathrigh's residence. And you can see the extended magazine coming out from the bottom of his hand. You can see the trigger guard below his hand and his finger extended down the slide of that pistol.
And you see how they all planned that just in their actions. Everybody was on coke. This is not the first time they done took a body. Get these demons out the streets. And guess what? I do think they deserve the death penalty. Them and YMLE. They deserve it.
Mr. Chance on the left, Sean Gathright in the middle, and Miss Andrews on the right.
Yeah.
They end up leaving that residence. Mr. Gathright driving the black Impala. They travel from Jacksonville that Saturday afternoon down around near Gainesville, all the way down 75, down to 275, and they come down, and you will see them end up at the Airbnb, which Mr. Rashad Murphy has booked for them, which is sitting literally 1.38 miles from the home to suites, just on the north side of the USF campus, University of South Florida. Now, you're going to hear about an investigative device called LPRs. You may know what those are. It stands for license plate recognition. It is a system, in this case, Flock, which is a company that produces these systems. They utilize different camera systems that integrate into their network. In this case, the camera system is the from the Florida Highway Patrol. Flock is frequently contracts with cities, with law enforcement agencies. Sometimes they'll put up their own network of cameras, which later plays a role in this case. A lot of times they incorporate other cameras. But when a license plate is put into the system, it can pick that license plate up as it is en route traveling. And in this case, investigation revealed Mr. Gathright Chevy Impala being picked up on this license plate reader on June 22nd, 2024. Here it is at the merger of I-75 and 275 heading southbound. You see the latitude, longitude coordinates on the third row up on the right. You see the area or nearest address is New Tampa. It is a Florida Highway Patrol camera. Now, in the top part, 3 rows down, you see the date and you see a time, 11:39:28 p.m. UTC. That is Coordinated Universal Time, what used to be known as Greenwich Mean Time. It is a standard utilized in aviation, utilized in space travel, but it is a standard that that is utilized a lot of times by cell carriers and call detail records from cell phone companies, and it's utilized in law enforcement frequently, but it is a standard time. Here, they have given us the conversion to Eastern Daylight Time, which in June, here in the Eastern Standard Time, we are in Eastern Daylight Time, EDT, and you go 4 hours back to 7:39 p.m. So this is them arriving in Tampa at 7:39 p.m. And again, Coordinated Universal Time, UTC, is like Greenwich Mean Time. It's basically the time zone in England. 2 of our other conspirators, Rashad Murphy on your left and his blood cousin, Davion Murphy, on the right. They are also picked up, this time on an open AALPR, license plate recognition report is generated. They are driving in a silver Chevy Cruze that Mr. Murphy would later tell law enforcement he had obtained from his brother's, the mother of his brother's child, his nephew, a woman, and a car outside of these groups of people, one that would not necessarily be recognized by someone, and a car that would later be utilized by Mr. Chance and his girlfriend as a tracker surveillance video that would be following and tracking. The evidence will show Charles Jones and his friends as they celebrated through those early morning hours. So you see on the right-hand side here, this is being picked up June 22nd, and they list this company does, in Eastern Daylight Time, 7:46 p.m. at Bruce B. Downs at Tampa Palms. So they are heading into the New Tampa area, heading down just north of the USF campus. Here we see their routes being covered on the right-hand side. Yes, by that Chevy Cruze, the route that it takes coming and going back. On the left-hand side are areas where it's being picked up on license plate readers. Okay, first one on top, June 21st, is going back to Friday. University Drive, Dolphin Drive is an address or an area of Jacksonville. That's when it's still in Jacksonville. 6:22 in the morning, it's driving. It's on Highway 441 at 18:09 hours. That is 6:09 p.m. It is at 326 in Gainesville Road near Gainesville. At 7:47 on the 22nd, Tampa Palms Boulevard in Bruce B. Downs, BBD. And later in the early morning hours, you can see where it is being picked up on Hillsborough and North 15th. And then on the 23rd at 6 p.m. later in the day, again, now going back to Jacksonville northbound. That Hillsborough Avenue and North 15th is an address just south of Teasers. You'll see in the evidence that while surveilling the victim and his entourage of friends, that Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews at times drove away from Teasers and then came back. This is showing you on your left side the Chevy Cruze and the Impala being picked up at the same times, the same locations, by the same license plate readers. So you can see they're highlighted at 18:09 hours. They are both being picked up at 326 in Gainesville Road. At 1947 and 1945, they were both being picked up at Tampa Palms Boulevard and Bruce B. Downs. At 3:41 hours, Hillsborough Avenue and 15th Street. This is the Impala and the Cruze operating in tandem, traveling in tandem, coming from Jacksonville, and then operating through into the early morning hours of the attack. This is the Airbnb location at Gazebo Pond Lane, where that red marker is, and that's a direct, as a crow would fly, line down to the home to suites, 1.38 miles. You can see the entire University of Florida campus, University of South Florida's campus between Fletcher and Fowler depicted in that. This is the Airbnb on Gazebo Lane. The door on the left. You can see the ring camera mounted to the side of the door. Now, this is Miss Andrews on the 22nd. She's knocking on the door and she ends up being let in. And you'll hear someone say, "My bad," as she's let in. So there's clearly people inside of the Airbnb. What is significant is, on the 22nd, she is the only person who enters through the front door. The rest of the conspirators...
Right here.
There goes the silver Chevy Cruze in pursuit, following, being driven by Mr. Chance. This is the intersection of McKinley and Fowler. To the upper right-hand corner, upper right corner of the screen is the Home to Suites Holiday Inn complex. To the bottom of the screen is the entrance to the University of South Florida. And you see Mr. Jones and his friends pulling up, heading northbound. That's their headlights, and they've got their indicators, blinkers on. You will see them do a U-turn. Head back south on McKinley 40th Street and turn right. Here goes Mr. Jones. They will turn right into the Holiday Inn. Now, as they're doing this, you see approaching headlights to the left coming northbound on McKinley. That is the Chevy Cruze being driven by Mr. Chance. He passes by them as they're pulling into the hotel. Mr. Chance turns to the right, heading eastbound on Fowler. He drives down, comes back westbound, and you will see him now turning into the University of South Florida, where he stages at the Embassy Suites. And now those headlights heading north. That is a Chevy Impala, which was, the evidence will show, nowhere in sight when Mr. Jones and his friends turned into the hotel. But you'll see them do a U-turn and turn right into the hotel.
Hey, y'all do me a favor. I'm about to, at the end of this video, I'm going to schedule a live stream to go live at the same time when they start in the morning. So y'all set the notifications. I'm going to schedule that video before I get out of here tonight. So if you're hearing it right now, just tune in.
Now they're going southbound, the Impala, and they're going to turn into the hotel. When they turn in, like we saw earlier, they take an immediate right in the parking lot and go up the east side of the hotel to avoid the portico. They go up to the northern end of the parking lot. They go westbound across the northern end, and now you see the Chevy Cruze, by the way, blowing through a red light on Fowler to follow and turn into the Home to Suites. You're going to see several camera angles now from the Home to Suites picking up the Impala as it travels in a circle around the north side of the hotel complex, coming out on the west side of the hotel, around the corner from the portico. These are the individuals in the Impala. The driver, Mr. Dathright, and both the Murphys. So, again, color-coded. We're now looking again at the overhead of the Home to Suites and the Holiday Inn. Home to Suites is the vertical, Holiday Inn to the left of the screen is the horizontal building. The red is the Impala, and you see it goes right into the parking lot, takes an immediate right, goes up the east side of the parking lot to the north side, then goes west on the top of the parking lot, all the way around the Holiday Inn, the evidence will show, and comes out that last arrow to the far left on the west side of the Home to Suites. On the west side of the Home to Suites, in the center of the white roof of the Home to Suites, you see a purple icon. Just to the left of that, where it says Home to Suites, you see a rectangular aqua color. That's a pool area. There are chairs, tables to that part of the hotel with some grills out there. And then there is that road. Just to the north of that, of where you see the pool, in between what would be the top left corner of the Home to Suites and the far right edge of the Holiday Inn, is the grassy area where the Dodge Charger flees, popping over the curbs there, waking up Mr. Norris in the back seat, and then comes to rest in that north parking lot. You see the green, that's Mr. Jones and his friends where they parked, where we saw earlier. And then the path of the Cruze. The Cruze comes, it blows through the red light at Fowler, moving quickly, comes down, following the Impala, turns into the hotel, goes right past Mr. Jones and his friends, turns to the west side. You're going to see video of most of this, turns onto the west side of the hotel, goes up, does a three-point turn, comes back to the south and exits just before the shooting. All right, so this is a camera on the east side of the Home to Suites that is facing southeast. On the top part of the screen is 40th Street, McKinley. You're going to see the Impala. As it turns into the hotel, it'll take an immediate right and cut across the top of the screen head, which is northbound. There's the throw of its headlights as it's turning in. And now it's heading northbound on the east side of the hotel. Same direction those red arrows showed you earlier. Next camera, this one faces north-northeast, picks up the Impala as it heads further north to the north end of the parking lot. This camera is on the north end of the Home to Suites, picks up the Impala heading into that northern part of the parking lot. And now it's on the west side. You see the pool to the upper right corner. You see that recreational area there with tables and chairs and grills. So you see the Impala comes down on the west side. It creeps down a little bit, but never breaks around the corner to where it can be seen by Mr. Jones or his friends. In fact, it turns and goes back to the north. And you're going to see the car turn to the left and park. Here comes the Chevy Cruze. These cars on the west side of the hotel will pass within feet of each other. There's the Cruze. The Cruze will go up almost even, and that's Tesla video picking up the Impala going to the left. And you'll see part of the three-point turn that the Cruze makes. It just did a wide turn so it can back up and come back to the south. Now it's backing up and it'll turn hard left and come back to the south. Meanwhile, the Impala has gone around the corner and parked just to the opposite side of the Tesla charging station. So, you can see now in the upper part, you can see a car moving into a spot. That is the Impala. It backs out a little bit and then we'll pull back in. Just a little bit of a glimpse of it up there. And now the Cruze is going back south to exit. So this is going to be a combined conglomerate of videos from that ring video at the gazebo pond drive unit of the Airbnb where the conspirators stay overnight. And as I said, on the 22nd, the only person that enters is Miss Andrews. You'll see the next set of videos coming from the following day, after these conspirators have gone back there and got some rest, and now they're preparing to leave to go back to Jacksonville, mission accomplished. And this is when you will see them getting sloppy. You will see Mr. Chance appear on this video, you will see Mr. Davion Murphy appear on the video, and you'll see Mr. Gathright appearing on the video.
Where appear?
Speed and violence of action. They surprised Mr. Jones by their coordinated efforts, completely catching him off guard. He sat in the front seat of his car.
Wait a minute, they got a clubhouse room on their bed.
Helpless as a child, defenseless, completely at their mercy, and they showed none.
I gotta see the
They
clubhouse
then acted
room.
with speed to maintain the advantage that they had gained.
I'm about to go to clubhouse and let them know.
This is just opening statement as far as what the state believes the evidence will show.
They went to their firing positions rapidly, using speed in this attack, maintaining the advantage that they had gained through the surprise of this ambush. Violence of action. They brought overwhelming firepower. As I said, not one high-powered rifle, but two. Not a single shooter, three shooters, triangulating their fire. One, Davion Murphy acting as a backup shooter, as a hedge against flight, which worked like a charm in this case because Mr. Edwards drove right in to that vortex of fire. These conspirators were taking no chances. Not this time. Charles Jones would not escape this attack. Now, going back to Mr. Gathride's traffic stop. So he has 2 boxes of ammunition. The brand matches the brand of the 9mm shell casings in the scene. There are a lot of brands you will hear from the firearms examiner and analyst to the state of Florida will call from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's crime laboratory here in Tampa, an expert in firearms and tool mark analysis. She will tell you, and you will also hear from a detective, Bernardo de Jesus, who has a lot of expertise in Glock firearms, AR-15s, and the firearms industry as a whole, that there are many, many, many types of 9mm ammunition. Federal, Remington, Spear, CCI, Fiocchi, all kinds of brands. And out of all those brands, Mr. Gathright had MaxTech in his car. The same brand as the 9mm ammunition found the shell casings that were left in the scene. He also had this box in that Forerunner, a box that was full of 5.56 NATO shell casings and 223 Remington shell casings, both of which can be fired, you will hear in the evidence, from a 5.56 caliber chambered rifle. They are both compatible with being fired. Now, in this investigation, you heard that this wasn't the first attempt on Charles Jones' life. 9 months earlier, when he was leaving his house at 6 in the morning, 6 hours after the murder of Antonio Tilley, attackers with high-powered rifles shot up his car when he pulled up to a stop sign. He was able to escape with his life. He had a leg wound. Incidentally, that bullet stayed in his body and was recovered from his leg during the autopsy in this case. But those attackers did not use brass catchers, and law enforcement collected several rifle shell casings in that scene. And they compared them to these shell casings from Mr. Gathride's Forerunner. And guess what? They were identified to each other as having been fired by the same rifle. Mr. Gathride's house, just a standard suburban house. You see the Forerunner sitting there in front. Again, this is where they left from on that Saturday. Officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office obtained a search warrant, and they searched Mr. Gathride's house. One of the things they found was in the sink. They found all this items torn up, paper, cardboard, plastic, soaking in water.
Wow.
And when they took it out and put it onto a sheet of paper to let it dry, they noticed that all of these wrappings and packagings all dealt with firearms. There's Magpul, there's Sig Sauer. These are all manufacturers of firearms, ammunition, and firearm components. During the search of this residence, they found ammunition boxes with ammunition. That box is full of, the evidence will show, 5.56 NATO rounds loaded, some shotgun shells. This box is full of 5.56 NATO rounds.
Damn.
And then they looked at this safe. Inside the safe, they located some rifles, and they located a brass catcher. This one had been detached. But inside of that brass catcher, they located 2 9mm shell casings. Those shell casings were compared to a 9mm shell casing from the scene of Mr. Jones' murder by the same firearms analyst, Amara Drew, the same analyst I was talking about earlier. And these 2 shell casings were matched to that shell casing that was fired from that fully automatic Glock in the murder, in our case, of Mr. Jones. This was found Mr. Gathrights' residence inside of a brass catcher. And then they found a rifle with an attached brass catcher. And they found another rifle, both AR-style rifles, one a .300 Blackout, one a 5.56 NATO chambered rifle. They found magazines for 5.56, also can be utilized with .300 Blackout to run in an AR-15. That magazine, that's the top of the magazine where the bullets feed into the gun, that is 5.56 ammunition. And then this is back at the sheriff's office. We saw earlier some of the ammunition. It's laid out. In July, Mr. Chance and his girlfriend were detained and arrested at Mr. Chance's residence in Jacksonville. This is July 27th, in a summer rain shower by officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. That's Mr. Chance, who had been called out of his residence and backed up and came out before being handcuffed, and Miss Andrews. We saw this earlier with Mr. Chance. So I want to talk to you real briefly. I want to start talking specifically about each defendant, some evidence that you're going to hear and see that's related individually to these 4 defendants. But first, you will see in the evidence there was a lot of what's called cell phone mapping, where the historical use of a cell phone is looked into and investigated. That is a cell tower. We see those everywhere in our communities. On the top of the cell tower are the antennas. This cell tower has 3 sides to it. Those vertical items are antennas that are pointing off of those 3 sides. Now what this shows, this is just a demonstrative exhibit to show you that each cell tower, especially ones that are 3-sided like that, there will be 360-degree coverage all the way around the cell tower. But each of those sides covers a third of that 360 degrees. So each of them is covering 120 degrees. And that's what that is showing. And those are called sectors. Sectors. You saw earlier some mapping, shading that looked pie shape. That's why you will see that over the next several slides. So when you look at a slide like this is a mapping of one of the defendant's phones in the murder scene. You see the icon murder scene, that's right there, south of the University of South Florida. So when you're looking at that, the apex of those lines, the corner, is where the cell tower is. And then that is the sector of that cell tower. Those antennas are covering that third of the 360 degrees. And that area out there is where the handset, the phone, is, because it's connecting to that side of the cell tower. Mr. Gathright, this is a photograph from one of the cameras on the Tesla that picked up Mr. Gathright and Mr. Murphy running around the front end of that Tesla. You can see he is literally covered head to toe. Head to toe. He's wearing a hoodie, something black over his face, maybe a gaiter or some kind of a bandana. He's carrying a rifle, but you can still see a sliver of the top of his face that is light skinned, and you can see his hands are light skinned and that he has a very thin build. So we start here with Mr. Gathright. This is when he is at his house. Remember, we saw this video earlier. This is the same time, 2:45:48, when they're loading the Impala on June 22nd, and his phone is hitting off a cell tower that his house lays in that sector. So it is mapping his cell phone while he is there.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that Young and Ace paid them niggas, and when they reveal that nigga get hit with a RICO. In the state of Florida, he's definitely gonna get the death penalty.
This is a mapping of him leaving Jacksonville and heading down to Tampa and going through. So what you're going to see as this mapping proceeds, each time you see a line being generated, it's giving the date, the time.
Wait, what happened, Riri? What happened?
Time and the latitude, longitude coordinates of that connection, the phone connecting to a cell tower. You can see the sides of the cell tower being utilized, and now you can see the phone is moving as it connects to one cell tower, moving to another, moving to the next. So it demonstrates movement of the cell phone. Now he is heading down past UC Gainesville. Soon you'll see him getting off of 301 onto 75 South. He's going down through Ocala.
Damn. Pinging that shit.
Coming straight down. His phone is down 75. Now you see the markers down here relevant to our case. You see the Airbnb. You see him utilizing towers right south of the Airbnb. His phone will sit there for quite a while until about 9:30, and then his phone will travel down to the Teasers Club, which I'll come back to here momentarily. And then back to Airbnb, where it stays for a little bit, into the latter part of the 22nd, going into the morning of the 23rd. And now he starts moving back to Teasers. This is around the time that Mr. Jones is showing up at the club. Mr. Gathrights' phone is right there. And now he's moving again, and now he's over by Truth 18. And now his phone is tracking. You'll see it start tracking away from Truth 18, back up McKinley to the murder scene, and then back to the Airbnb, where it'll stay for quite a while.
Okay, let's get to the text message.
So here is his cell phone hitting at Teasers at 9:35. He has left the Airbnb. Now he heads back to the Airbnb around 10:30, 10:40. Now he's back at Teasers, and then over to Truth 18. You can see his phone is in the sector of that cell tower just to the east of Truth 18. There he is at Truth 18. And now you can see in the middle of your screen, it's kind of light, kind of hard to see, the murder scene. His phone is at the murder scene, and there are two towers south of the murder scene that he is in. They're northbound sectors, and then there's another tower just to the east, and he's in the westbound sector. Now, you will also find in the evidence that Mr. Gathright sends a text to a girl named Kyla. And he says on the top, I need you all to text Fat Boy. He sends this around 12:32. All right? Fat Boy is Xavier Edwards. I need you to text him. Kyla texts back. About what? He texts back, sis, I need you to text Fat Boy. tell him you trying to pull up about trying to see him tonight. She texts back, I'm gone. Him while I'm out. Then he texts Kyla back. He in Tampa. But make it seem like he there. He had a B&B with 6.
No, sir, that's it. But make it seem like you don't know he there.
Mr. Jones, Mr. 6. Be like, I can't remember. What is it? Where are you at? Be like, where are you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk, and you trying to F. Then he texts her, never mind, in VO. Then she texts back, still before 1 o'clock a.m. on the 23rd. Who B&B? 6. That's Mr. Jones. Fools. Mr. Jones, Folio. It's his B-Day and Fat Boy with him. Xavier Edwards. Mr. Gathwright's trying to locate, the evidence will show, clearly trying to locate Mr. Jones on the night of his murder. She texts back, not here in JX, Jacksonville, nah, they in Tampa. She says, what? But play like you know it. Then she says, Fat Boy going to Beezer's tonight or some shit like that. Beezers, teasers. So she has communicated with him. Is he there yet? He wants to know at 1:25, and she says no. So he is utilizing this girl, Kyla, to contact Xavier Edwards to get information on the whereabouts of Charles Jones within hours of his murder. Now, Mr. Gathright is receiving messages from Alicia Andrews' phone, which is saved in his account under the name Bron, B-R-O-N, at 2 o'clock in the morning, around the time that they're at Teasers.
Can you approach briefly?
Sure.
So what I was saying before we broke, Miss Andrews' phone starts sharing her live location with Mr. Gathright at 2. Of course, that is Mr. Chance. We saw that in the other evidence doing that. In this slide, you can see that when the Impala is seen in the north end of the parking lot at Teasers, Mr. Gathright, the driver of that car, his cell phone.
Yeah, those messages were green, so I know it'll show up in the iCloud if you delete it, but I guess the same thing with Samsung, and those are the only two, phones you got, so either way, you fuck, bro.
Is on hitting.
Like, we under mass surveillance like a motherfucker.
Off of cell towers around Teasers. The cell tower to the north, he is in the southeastern sector, the cell tower to the south, the northern sector. When they are at Truth 18, you can see the Impala on video, and at the same time, Mr. Gathright's phone is hitting off a tower just to the east of Truth 18. More messaging. Miss Andrews' device sends live location to him at 4:25 a.m., about 10 minutes before the murder occurs. And again, that's going to be Mr. Chance utilizing her phone to do that. And then when the Impala is seen at the murder scene, Mr. Gathright's phone is sitting off of multiple towers right there in that scene. Mr. Gathright's phone, when he is seen on video holding his phone, talking to Mr. Chance, getting the code, is hitting off of a tower just south of the Airbnb. His phone, when he is at his grandmother's house in Auburndale, is hitting off a tower just to the south of that address, and when he's in Orlando, it's hitting there. His phone is a communication with Isaiah Chance. Now, these are different. This is CDRs, call detail records. This is a list of all calls made, dates, times, outgoing, incoming, the phone being called or the phone receiving from. He is communicating with Gathright's phone around the time of 6:22 and to Miss Andrews' phone by these records alone. Some images of the shooter on the top, farthest out away from the hotel. You can see the muzzle flash on that rifle that shooter is holding, but you can see the shooter is tall, thin, wearing a hoodie, more muzzle flashes. You can see a good outline in the headlights of the rifle, the outline of the rifle, including the sling attached to the rifle that is around
his you can see his light skin hand right there.
Shoulder. But this is a tall, thin shooter with light skin. You can see him running into this tree because of his height. He is falling backwards, but is agile enough to catch himself and to continue firing. And again, his hand and his face are exposed, and you can see the light skin. There is no doubt in this evidence, and the evidence that we brought before you, that that shooter was Mr. Gathright. This is a list of phone numbers. Mr. Gathright had got rid of his phone and was obtaining a new phone, had made a handwritten list that included several of his co-defendants' names and numbers. Moving on to Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, the evidence will demonstrate to you, was the Glock pistol shooter. You can see the Glock in his left hand. You will find in the evidence Mr. Rashad Murphy is left-handed, his dominant hand. You can see the extended magazine sticking up just to his lower back on the outside.
So the whole time he's sitting out there writing, he just demonstrating to the court that he's actually left-handed. And he laughed about the whole trial while writing with his left hand. Him cooked.
Covered head to toe. Now, on June 21st of 24, the Friday night at 22:24, Mr. Murphy was shopping at a Walmart in Jacksonville. I think we can get some video here. He is holding a phone in his right hand that is has a pink case. He's walking around. You can see the clothing he is wearing, the positioning of the belt and the type of belt. He is wearing boots, all of which look similar to the clothing being worn on the lower body of the Glock shooter, both going on the lower, middle, and coming back from the shooting scene. You can see in the video in the top middle photo, there is some type of an issue, a cut or something in the left knee area of the pants. But anyways, that phone, when Mr. Murphy leaves Tampa in the Uber and goes back to Jacksonville, the same Uber with Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews, he doesn't stay in Jacksonville. That's not far enough away. He flees the state of Florida. He flees into the state of Georgia, up to Atlanta, and is stopped on the 26th by Gwinnett County PD, who pick up his vehicle, the same car that was being utilized by Mr. Chance as the tracking spotter car, the surveillance car, the Chevy Cruze, the car that belonged to his brother's baby mama. It is picked up on an LPR flock system that Gwinnett County contracts with them. Officers from Gwinnett County start searching the area, and they come upon a hotel where there is flock activity, LPR activity. They stay in that area in the early morning hours of the 26th, and they end up encountering Mr. Murphy returning to the hotel in that cruise just around daybreak. He pulls into a spot. A Gwinnett County PD cruiser pulls up behind him. You will hear from that officer. You will see his body-worn camera as he exits the car, taking into account why this car is a suspect car. He draws his firearm and points it at Mr. Murphy, who is exiting the car, ordering him to show him his hands, and instead Mr. Murphy turns and runs and flees around the corner of the hotel. The uniformed officer gives pursuit on foot. You will see the video. He tases. He's yelling at Mr. Murphy, "Stop, police." He tases him, which knocks him to the ground, and they're able to take him into custody. Back in the car being used.
So y'all see how he committed a crime and thought he got away with it. Nobody knew anything, but he jumping out of the car running from police. They can't differentiate between somebody who's running because they're scared and they don't know what the fuck to do, or somebody who actually is running from a crime. Because of niggas like this, they got the nerve to sit up here and say not guilty, take it to trial, wasting all these people money.
Utilized in navigation mode is that same phone. It is a phone that this defendant shares with Charmaine Steiger, and it is a phone that he left in Jacksonville. Mr. Murphy, you will not see any cell phone evidence for the ghost because he left his phone in Jacksonville. You can see Mr. Murphy's head poking up between the palm trees just before the attack. In the left, you see Mr. Murphy in custody in Gwinnett County. He is accompanied by Charmaine Steiger, his girlfriend, and the mother, I believe, of his children. They had booked into a hotel. He's wearing the same jeans that he's wearing in the driveway of the Gathright residence, Mr. Gathrit's residence, when they came back in the Uber, but that's really not, I don't believe, going to be in dispute that is him in the driveway. This is the close-up of the reservation being made with the Airbnb at Lagoon. Hello, Rashad. Thank you for your reservation. It goes through confirming your reservation at Lagoon Oasis, staying from June 22nd to the 24th.
Ah, that's premeditated because that's the alibi. They murked this dude on the 22nd. And yeah, you're not even smart, bro.
And you can see that reservation is being made. You can see just at the bottom there, 3:58 a.m., early morning. He's asked to forward his driver's license. These are found inside of that phone that is collected in Gwinnett County. You'll hear from Gwinnett County officers that they conducted a search of this phone. And you can see there those images of the DL, his DL or ID card being sent on June 22nd, about 8 o'clock in the morning, or 4 in the morning. Let's see, yes, 4 in the morning, because that's 8 o'clock UTC, so that would be 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. These images were located to the left in the phone, photographs taken of his leg and his feet showing footwear that appears to be the same type of footwear that the Glock shooter is wearing in the crime scene. On June 23rd of 2024 at around noon, Mr. Murphy posts this to his Instagram account under Ghost187. Prosper and Junior, G-Day today, which you will hear from gang detectives. G-Day is Get Back Day today. Prosper, he puts down 187 babies. Prosper and Junior were individuals who were shot several years prior. They were members of a predecessor gang that became 1200. And that
these niggas are stupid. You throwing your life away to get back at somebody who ain't here no more, man. That shit got to stop, bro. That shit's so fucking ignorant. This nigga can't hear you from no grave. The hood ain't proud of you, and ain't nobody. You gonna wish you would have died. Cause ain't nobody gonna put no fucking money on your book, nigga.
That is an homage to them. The state would prove to you in its evidence just after the murder of Mr. Jones. Gerard Adams, going back to that murder that occurred in August of 18, Mr. Adams is a blood cousin of both of the Murphys, Davion and Rashad. So this wasn't just about gang affiliations. The evidence will show. As far as Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, July 30th of 2024, because he was released by Gwinnett County. He was not arrested for murder up in Gwinnett County. There was not a warrant active at that time. July 30th, he was arrested in Jacksonville by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office detectives. And he was interviewed by 2 gang detectives, and you will hear their testimony. And they ask him about this murder, and they ask him about being in Tampa. He denies that he was in Tampa, and he denies it several times that he was in Tampa. He does admit that the silver Chevy Cruze that he was stopped in Georgia and arrested in, that he did obtain that from his brother's, the mother of his brother's children. He claims that he let someone borrow it that weekend of the murder to take it to Orlando. He admits that the phone that was in his possession in Georgia in the car, the Cruze, is a phone that he shares with Miss Steiger. But he challenges the officers to look at it because they won't confirm or be able to find any way to prove that it was in Tampa, which it wasn't because he didn't bring it with him. And he again stands on the story that he loaned out the silver Chevy Cruze, claiming that it was returned to him on the 23rd. As far as the Airbnb, he says he doesn't know anything about it. He would never let anybody put it in his name. When confronted with the text messages, he admits that he sent a picture of his ID, but he didn't know that it was being booked in Tampa. And again says,
this man is doing a superb job, bro. But see, he still has to prove that. The evidence has to come out. He's in his opening statement already present evidence. That's how you know that it's a strong case.
He was never in Tampa, not that weekend. Doesn't know anything about the murder, about Tampa. And then the detectives confront him with the Uber video from Sean Gathrights' house, and then everything changes. First, he says he goes there all the time. He describes Sean as a light-skinned guy. Then he admits that he put the Airbnb in his name, but keeps denying he went to Tampa. Then the detectives step out of the interview room for a while. Meanwhile, Rashad Murphy there's a blanket in there to keep him warm, puts it over his head, lays his head on the table for a while. They come back in and he still tells him he wasn't in Tampa. Then he claims he was physically in Tampa that week, and he changes his story. He's seen the Uber video. He says early that morning of the 23rd, he and another guy who the detectives investigate and find is a deceased person traveled to Tampa in some old car. He wasn't even here for 2 hours. He does mention that he went in the back door of a residence. And then he says he hopped in the Uber, just hopped in and came straight back to Jacksonville in an Uber. I want to talk to you real quick about principles and go through this a little bit with you. If a defendant helps another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other persons did if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that he intended that the crime occur and that he did some act or said something, anything, that was intended to and did either incite his co-defendants, cause them, or encourage them, or assist them, or advise them to actually commit or attempt to commit a crime. So a principal is a person who intends for the murder to happen and either incites, causes, encourages by some word they say or some act that they do that the other person or persons commit or attempt to commit the crime. For first-degree murder, the state must prove that the defendant intended the killing of the victim, in this case, Charles Jones. It's not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder will be committed as long as that person intended that it be committed and did some act or said something that was intended to help or did help the murder to occur. But almost most importantly, a principal
I bet you they about to play the clubhouse room. Nigga, it's about, you know how many people that got killed off a clubhouse? Dead ass clubhouse is a crazy place.
Does not have to be present when the crime is committed. They don't have to be present when the crime is committed. If the defendant is found to be a principal, he is legally responsible and accountable for everything that his co-defendants did. And that leads us to Mr. Chance. Mr. Chance, along with his girlfriend, were in the car that was tracking, following, and surveilling Mr. Jones, and again, providing real-time information as to his whereabouts and location, even with the type of coordination that, as the victim is exiting Teasers, the Impala comes right there within a minute and pulls into the parking lot from a completely opposite direction. This is his mapping. It maps him going all the way down from Gathrights' house, all the way down to the Airbnb, and it's the same kind of mapping sequence that we saw with Mr. Gathright, but instead of going to Auburndale and Orlando, it tracks him back in that Uber going back north. We talked about Mr. Gathright, or Mr. Chance being at Gathright's house. He's hitting off cell towers right there at the same time. Again, hitting off cell towers, so we know he's there. His phone is hitting off of the tower just south of the Airbnb at the same time on the 22nd that his girlfriend is seen at the front door. He also, you will see in the cell tower mapping, goes to the area of Teasers around 9:30 and is there for over an hour. You can see here the cell tower that his phone is utilizing by Teasers. When he's at Teasers at 2:30 in the morning with Miss Andrews, on the video, his phone is hitting off a tower. This cell phone tower is hitting near Hillsborough at 15th at the same time that the Chevy Cruze is being picked up on a license plate reader at 15th Street in Hillsborough. You will see a lot of overlapping in the state's evidence. And then the murder scene. When the Chevy Cruze is in the murder scene, Mr. Chance's cell phone is utilizing towers just to the south of the murder scene. When the Cruze is right there by Home to Suites, right before the murder, again, using that tower just to the south of the murder scene. And then he's back at the Airbnb, mapped there, at around 3:08, which is around the time the Uber left. His phone is in contact with Miss Andrews' phone. His phone is in contact with Mr. Gathright's phone. His phone is in contact with Davion Murphy's phone. And his phone is in contact on the 20th of June, a couple of days before they left, with Rashad Murphy, Charmaine Steiger's phone. And on June 23rd at 10:29 a.m., just hours after the death of Charles Jones, he posts this to his Instagram account, a photograph of Mr. Chance, and the person giving the bird there on the other side of the car is Antonio Tilley, who we know is a dead, or not a dead ops, but is a member.
Wow, so that's cold-blooded.
Of their gang that was murdered.
See how they got the dead, the ghost emoji, him, man, that's crazy. These niggas be subliminal like a motherfucker.
Mr. Chance, see if I can do it. Giving the 1-12.
They really think they can outsmart the system though.
1200 gang sign. There will be many other images of him throwing gang signs. This was found in his house during a search warrant. Bully down. That is talking about the 6-block bully gang. Miss Andrews' phone maps pretty much consistently all the way through with Mr. Chance's phone. Wherever his phone is, her phone is mapping there too, including the murder scene. So I will move through that, and including McDonald's. This is a photograph taken by her phone when she and Mr. Chance were in the Truth 18 parking lot, and you can see in the background the second floor where the Truth 18 club is with the patrons outside. This is Miss Andrews' phone being mapped near Lodi off of 301, the city of Lodi, and there at the same time on an LPR is the Infiniti on the left SUV, the Uber that ends up at Mr. Gathright's house, and of course her cell phone is there. Davion Murphy, who the state believes the evidence will show is the shooter with the orange ski mask, who was up behind the other two shooters. We have mapping of his phone from Jacksonville there. His phone is hitting off a tower just to the side of the McDonald's at the time he is there in the Chevy Cruze. his phone is hitting off of a tower just to the south of the Airbnb at 2:59, several hours after the murder as they were getting ready to leave. And then his phone is hitting off of a tower near Lake Butler, Florida, just northeast of Gainesville, at the same time that it is being picked up on an LPR right there at Main Street in Lake Butler, Florida. His phone is in contact with Isaiah Chance. Mr. Murphy is the biggest, heaviest one of these defendants, just like the shooter who takes the rearward position in this attack. That's Mr. Murphy when he was arrested. You will see tattoos. You see many on his neck and chest. He has a 1200 tattoo on the back of his neck. He has the name of people from 1200 who have been murdered tattooed on his body.
That's crazy.
And in this video, you will clearly see in the evidence Mr. Davion Murphy taking full credit for his role in this shooting.
Ah, bitch. Bitch, the death penalty he go.
Oh, Lord.
What? This nigga had to be high, bro. Gay as fuck. Seemed like he got another man that he murdered tattooed on his body. Seemed like they was lovers. Charleston White said niggas over 30 in gangs is homosexuals. They getting younger by the day. I gotta see this again. This cannot be fucking real. Are you fucking crazy? Like, is this nigga this stupid? And this the same nigga that was laughing, writing with this left hand.
From 1200 who have been murdered tattooed on his body.
Ah, dang.
And in this video, you will clearly see in the evidence Mr. Davion Murphy taking full credit for his role in this shooting. That is just after his arrest when he is left alone in an interview room.
Nigga gone. If I was that man family, I'd walk out the court. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know, bro. Matter of fact, I don't even want to talk to him because I can't send you shit for the rest of your life or my life, whichever one of us go first. Nigga, I see if you was in jail, say, oh, I'm innocent, they lying, you know, for what, that's different. But nigga, if I come on. You the type of nigga that'll drop the soap on purpose.
Just to show, because it was a video, I wanted you to see a couple of still shots of Mr. Davion Murphy in action. You can see the muzzle flash. You can see the orange or reddish ski mask, and you can see his position, shooting directly at the charger, shooting again at the charger, and a last time. And there's Mr. Gathright on the bottom, following Mr. Edwards and the charger and Mr. Jones. And then Mr. Murphy returning, being caught on the Tesla video.
There go Clubhouse. Nigga. Wait, and I know all these people in this room. Me's in this motherfucker.
Now, this is a X-application chat room, for lack of a better term.
Nah, that's
you
Clubhouse.
See several icons on that black screen. Those are all people that are in this chat room. The victim is present under the name ESPN 98. That is Julio Foolio, Charles Jones. That would be in the upper right of those icons. And just so y'all understand what you're going to hear is that all of these people in this chat room can talk at the same time. You're going to hear a lot of overlapping. You're going to hear a lot of young ladies talking. But you will clearly hear Charles Jones talking, and you will clearly hear Gutta Man, you can see his name on there, Mr. Chance, talking. They are arguing. And you will clearly hear Mr. Chance say, hey, Fulio, your foot okay, cuz? Your foot okay? This was after, this is June 6th. This is June 6th of 2024, 9 months after Mr. Charles Jones was shot in his lower leg in Jacksonville. A shooting where there were shell casings scientifically linked to defendant Gathright, Mr. Chance's friend. And you will hear Mr. Jones reply to him if you listen.
Damn, that shit sound bad coming through that court speaker.
Y'all would have.
Niggas sound backwood like a mother. Just imagine all the white folks was listening to this. They thought of animals in the zoo throwing shit at each other. Like that's horrible. That shit sound like son David Wade uploading a Survivor. And, it's like who would consume this shit, right? But I know because I got first-hand knowledge, but I'm just thinking for the white folks that don't understand the culture and understand the sound technical difficulties that are hearing this type of shit for the first time, bro. Come on.
Why you acting like this be good?
They don't put gay allegations on you all the time. It make me mad because I know you're trained. I know you
niggas put shit out the ass, niggas gonna be around niggas gonna motherfuckers be saying all type of crazy ass shit. I'm not keeping touch on that shit.
And I don't call
it. Like, I ain't mad about that shit, cause like the shit ain't true. So why the fuck I get mad about that shit? It's like little creep shit and like the other shit. Like, damn, that man creep now? That shit crazy. Alright, cool.
You talking about people? Y'all talking in circles. Oh, well, how you gonna say that?
You said what?
It sounded like Fulio wanted to lead the hood and wanted to be done with that ignorant shit. And niggas just wouldn't let him. They wanted to unalive him.
Why do you think people fall out people should be lonely and shit, bro?
He got me in talking to him over this. No, he got me. No, hey, hold on real quick.
Hey, Gary, what you mean he got me and you to the jail?
So when they are communicating, you can see the speaker icon below their name moving. So anyways, you may have to listen to it a couple of times in the evidence, but you can clearly hear Guttaman, defendant Chance, say, hey, Folio. I think he says, hey, Folio, your foot okay, cuz? And he says, yeah, my foot okay. I got bigger fish to fry. And then they start going back and forth. And Mr. Jones was already making comments calling him Guttaman or Gutta before that. But what's interesting, and this is recovered by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang detectives who were monitoring this in the early part of June of 2024, and they intercept this and record it. On Mr. Gathride's phone, he has communication from Rashad Murphy's phone on that same date at approximately 11:18, shortly after that recording was obtained by JSO, by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at 22:36, of Chance arguing with Mr. Jones on that X Spaces app. Gathright receives communication from Rashad Murphy. On the left, make sure that's going to be Rashad Murphy. Make sure bra in a good headspace before he go with his move. We got bigger shit to tend to. They ain't worth inward energy. Below that, you see the response from Mr. Gathright. He likes it first, and then he says, I ain't heard from bro, talking about Mr. Chance, today, but I'm going to check in with him. On the right-hand side, Mr. Rashad Murphy then sends this message. This is going around a little after 3 a.m. Probably not going to pick up. He on IG, Instagram, letting deaths in words get him out of character. He turned up on that MF, and Mr. Gathright replies, damn, all right, let me see what's up. So we got bigger shit to tend to. This evidence alone demonstrates to you, number one, that all of these defendants know each other, they're coordinating with each other, and that this conspiracy is in existence as early as June 6, over 2 weeks before the murder of Charles Jones. Rashad Murphy in this evidence is trying to stop his co-defendant Chance, his co-conspirator, from letting the cat out of the bag. The evidence in this case will show you all, in this conspiracy and this murder, there was no cold feet. Nobody had cold feet. There was no hesitation. There was absolutely zero, nada, mercy shown to Charles Jones or his friends. What the evidence will show you in this trial is a cold-blooded, premeditated execution. A precise, a coordinated attack with nothing left to chance and no detail spared. The state's evidence in this case is going to reach back to the early morning darkness of June 23rd, 2024, and we are going to drag that conspiracy out of that darkness and into the bright lights of this courtroom for you, all of you, and everyone to see its wicked and vile nature, to see the malice, and to see the premeditation. For Charles Jones, there were no more birthdays. All that was left was a funeral. The state's evidence will prove to each and every one of you, beyond any doubt, we had a lot of discussions about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to prove this case to you beyond any doubt. There's not going to be any doubt. The evidence in this case will convince each of you. You will know, and it'll be crystal clear to you, that all 4 of these defendants conspired and murdered Charles Jones.
And that was a dynamic opening statement. I mean, opening statement is not testimony in itself. It's just a presentation as to what they will prove when they open up testimony. But if you give like a powerful statement within an opening statement that is like so fabricated, it could gaslight the entire procedure. Because like, say for instance, when I was in court, somebody said that I said something and they didn't even present the evidence. They just said it in an opening statement. And it was so prejudiced to where the judge restricted my speech before the witness or the alleged victim even testified based upon what somebody said in the opening statement, but it's not testimony. That is fucked up, right? But that guy presented information, presented receipts, presented evidence. It was just not, oh, trust me because I'm talking. That's a weak fucking case. This guy did his job. I think Tampa definitely wants to make an example out of these defendants. They just lowered the standards for requirements for the death penalty. And Florida is that state that's going to do it. Okay? Florida, like, believe it or not, y'all think about Miami and shit. Like, Jacksonville is gentrified, but, like, these areas are backwood. Even in Tampa, like, you know, a lot of spots where people just grow up and never see anything outside of that. Black people, and it's unfortunate. And when somebody make it out, this is what you got to take them out because you can't get on that level and you can't go with them or, you know, you clicked up with the other one like Young and Ace. You know, there's a specific reason why that district attorney showed Young and Ace video in his affiliation with those criminals, because I believe someone probably has or will turn evidence that this is just, you know, there's money involved. There's Young and Ace. There's popularity. There's who's on this side and who's on that side, you know. So I do feel like a RICO is coming his way. And I do see that a lot of black men are being made an example of. And it's a lot of them that celebrate and promote that violence against each other. So I really like people that are at home watching this and their kids are watching it. And compare this to the Young Dolph case. Compare this to just any other hood case. Even the Lil Durk case itself. It's the same story, just different people. You got to get away from that. Get my lick back. Let me pull you down. That jealousy, that hate. I feel like people need to just focus on them. That's it. Stop focusing on other people. Or stop scapegoating other people for your own fucking problems. Destiny swapping and shit, you know. Damn, that's crazy. I think you need to advance on that. There you go. You'd be boss ass. And to be truthfully clear, did not you have so much skill? I know you did the unlawful lawsuit, but it was in you, in your soul. I feel it. I just do it. Well, unlawful lawsuit. Well, that was just in the state of Florida, first of all, and I did that on behalf of my sibling, and I'll do it again if I need to. And you know, stand for something, because I love my siblings to death. That was a time where, well, I have many siblings, but it's 4 of us. That was a time we was always together and had each other at the end of the day. You know, so yeah, I'd do it again, but in a different way. Like, I'd actually spend money on the lawyer. I mean, I would go after them again, but I'd just do it in a more professional way. That's all I'm saying. You know, yeah. All right, well, so we talked about D4D. I'm glad that you guys stuck around. I've seen a lot of people on this channel actually like Salome Bella, so I think she was spot on when she was talking about the ritualistic aspects of it. I think D4D is very weird how he filmed this video and I guess he stayed stuck in that. You know how like people can stay stuck in something that made them feel a certain type of way. He continued to try to duplicate that by getting with Celeste, a girl who looked remarkably similar to the girl in his music video. Bloody, putting the body in the trunk, the next video. Like he's very weird. Very weird, very dark, very sinister. I don't know what he did. He definitely did something to get put on because he don't sound that good. We played him. He don't sound that good. And I don't know if it's because he had, you know, he was working with the devil and put a curse on us to make us think it sounded good. And now that we know him and see him for who he is, we're like, nigga, you ain't got no fucking talent. Like the whatever spirit he had in him, we're hip to it, we see it, and it's not compelling. You understand what I'm saying? So I maybe need a record deal since D4D got a record deal because a hit dog will holler.
Oh, Lord.
Anyways, shout out to y'all. Listen, I'm about to schedule this video called Julio Foolio trial. I don't even know how many people here. Yeah, shout out to y'all for pulling up. You know, we gotta grease up the algorithm a little bit sometimes. So I'm about to make a video, and I'm gonna do this video. All right, it's just gonna be like a crazy, stupid, sloppy title. But it's just like a placeholder. So don't get mad. 8 p.m. I'll wake up and I will. Oh yeah, that's actually good timing right there. All right, I'm gonna share. I just scheduled the video. I'm gonna drop the link right now for you guys if you guys want it. All right, there it is. Go and like that video. Go and like that video. Go and like that video. I'm about to get some rest. Finish up my laundry. And I'll see you guys bright and early. Obviously, the first thing I'm going to do is go over like a brief summary of everything that we went through in this video as it correlates to Julio Foolio. If there's a D4D update that we need to look at, we will look at that. And or sometimes when Julio Foolio is on break, we will be looking at other things like trending topics just to run a long live stream and keep it going and keep it engaging. So we'll mix up trending topic while they're on like lunch break or there's like big pauses for 10, 15 minutes. We can cover other things. Since I'm going to put in a shift, you guys, thank y'all so much for the stickers. Thank y'all so much for the support, the love. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Continue to like the video, share it. You know, this is an algorithm game and, you know, I persevere. I'm resilient. And hopefully more people pull up tomorrow to hear my immaculate opinions. Because the way I deliver you guys true crime information, I feel like I break it down where anybody can understand and I make it entertaining. Okay, and there's other aspects to me, but this is where I want to be and this is what I'm going to be focusing on tomorrow. So like the video is in the chat right there and I'll see you guys later. Much love. Mwah.